Good morning, everybody. It's Justin with Ronly Conley. That's R only C only. Got it? All right. Welcome back to my City Skylines tutorial where I'm going to teach you all about the basics of how City Skylines works, how you can avoid getting a bunch of traffic, and how to control those taxes till you can make some money, and just some quality of life upgrades. So thank you for joining me today. You can find more about me at ronlyconley.com. That's ronlyconley.com, where I've got album replays, TV reviews, and more writing, and you can learn more about my work and my art there. I am a theater artist, so keep that in mind. Your support goes a long way. And before we begin, make sure you hit the follow button on Twitch or subscribe if you're watching on YouTube after the fact. Thank you for that. That'll help me out a lot. And you'll be able to stay tuned for more of New Chirp City. So without further ado, let us begin. Here we go. I guess did I not save? I guess I didn't. We'll do this autosave and hope for the best. Raise the budget for a service makes it work more efficiently. As I talked about in part one of this series, you can adjust the budget expense line for specific items, and it will go adjust the service output accordingly. So here we are. Last we talked, we added some trees right at the end and put some trees around the theater. Here we are. So we need more housing. Let's get right into it. I'm just going to use the paintbrush, and we're just going to build, baby. There we go. All right, we got a good street of house. Let's follow up the second street. I could have painted that also, but here we'll put up some small shops just here on the corner. So when people go to work, they have a place to stop on the way as they head toward the industry area. We need a little bit of industry, but not too much demand for it at this point. We will have to destroy some to make room for more. Because it's kind of like, I think of it like plants. You know, you have to prune. Sometimes you trim a branch and it comes back bushier than ever. And you have a flourishing plant. No pun intended. Look at all these plants growing up. I'm going to speed up the button here. I don't have all day. I'm not trying to spend real life years on New Chirp City. And here we go. Now we're cooking with gas. All right. Natural gas. Straight from the coal power plant. Now that's got a wide sidewalk, so we'll continue that down. We'll go about halfway here just so we don't completely go wild. I don't know if I really even want to do that. There we go. Nice. Now that's kind of fun. Look at that. Nice shape. You get some fluid motion. Everything in a grid is, harsher turns cause traffic problems. That's one thing to keep in mind, especially when it comes to highways and exit ramps and that sort of stuff. The sharper the curve, the more the traffic has to slow down. This game really, the physics in this game is kind of messed up, so you don't have to worry about the incline so much as you do have to worry about the sharpness of the turns. See how they didn't slow down too much, but we're also going very fast as far as the game speed goes. Just a little bit outside the water line. Try not to spend too much money and build it up first. The worst case scenario, you will be offered a bailout. Now, if you run out of cash and you can't take the heat for however long it takes to get money generating again, the game will offer you a bailout. I think it's up to $50,000, but if you do that, you can't unlock any trophies and achievements in the console. However, that could be a sacrifice you're willing to make. There are many cheats the game offers you as you begin your session, so you can have unlimited money, you can have unlimited everything unlocked, that sort of stuff, but you do sacrifice the achievements. And it's a little bit of a challenge. You know, a little extra challenge doesn't hurt anybody. I like these games because it's low stakes challenges, but it really takes a lot of strategy and planning, but you're not so much stuck with, you know, the raised blood pressure of some games. I don't play many games that have a lot of fight sequences because they just stress me out, and if I wanted to be stressed, I'd be doing real people work right now instead of playing the PlayStation. So that's just me, though. I know a lot of people do like the challenge, and that's just fine. You know, to each their own. I'm happy with playing games like this, or I always like Spyro the Dragon. I hope you like Spyro the Dragon. Maybe you are more of a Crash Bandicoot person. Shucks. Okay, here we go. I wanted to take off my automatic angles and the grid because it was just throwing me off today. And in general, as I mentioned in the last video, if you saw that, I don't really find myself needing it so much. Once you get used to drawing roads and how the angles will work, you'll be maybe more comfortable doing this, but if not, there's nothing wrong with the road guidelines. I, of course, use them from time to time, especially when I'm trying to make a perfect angle like I did here in the industry area. This is really the only part that I have a consistent grid. I don't mind a grid every now and then, especially if it's specific neighborhoods, because then that's a design choice versus your whole city being nothing but rectangles. It's not really realistic, and I find it to be boring, to tell you the truth, but, you know, some people really like order in their lives. I find myself to like a little bit of chaos, but I'm still in control in the City Skylines game because I'm not just the mayor, I'm not just the city planner, I am, you know, the head honcho. Not to get full of blasphemy, but there's quite a bit of power in this controller of mine, after all. And what would these Sims do without me? The Sims are, of course, the residents of New Chirp City, the simulated citizens. Just in case you didn't catch that part in my last stream. Okay, so that's building out pretty good. While we're waiting on that to generate more housing, I'm just going to try to build a little road this way. Now, see, this is one of those times where I really want the road guidelines on the... Sometimes it's too far away, it won't notice the lines. But here we go. There's the line, and I think it cuts it off there. So now we kind of have a better idea of where that'll go, and it helps get in line here. This is pretty much the most important time that I use the road guidelines is when I'm trying to line up like that. I really wanted it to turn more, but I didn't. I think in the long term, having that extend straight is going to be more beneficial to New Chirp City's needs as a city as it continues to grow. I'm not so much of a person to zone explicitly, so not just residential neighborhoods, though it tends to be that way based on the zone demand, of course. The industry I put in this section because it pollutes a lot and it's bad for your sim's health. I'm surprised these sims right beside to the industry area are not complaining, because they do like to complain as citizens of any city. I mean, there's always something to complain about, right? In your own town that you live in, whether it be a major metropolitan area or you live in the sticks. I've lived in both, and I'm not going to get into the details of what I like about each one, but there were definitely things that I didn't like about them at some times. Alright, I never ran water, so we're going to run a new water line here. And again, this circular area is the radius that your water mains cover. So you do want to make sure pretty much all your roads are covering water mains, but at least your zoned areas, any place that you need to have functioning in the game, whether that be, the power plants, everything except for maybe the windmills. Everything in this game needs water to get by. It needs power, or it won't function. It'll just be on, but there will be too many problems for it to really be functioning correctly. So keep that in mind also. Now let's see. Oh, look at that. Since we're going from 4 lanes to 2, we can keep that clinic in there. But I will warn us, for the future me, I will probably want to change that road to a 4-lane to just make one continuous 4-lane road straight to the highway. At which point I will at least have to turn this, but it seems that the medical clinic is a perfect square. So in that case, we'll have to move the clinic. All right, Boomtown, congratulations. That's exciting. I didn't realize we had gotten, we started the morning at 1,800 people, so we really took off to 600. Go us! All right. So we've unlocked transportation, all right, buses, trams, taxis, and a new area on top of that. So that's really nice. We got some extra unique buildings, ferries. The ferries will come in handy later down the line. We don't need that because we don't have a city on the other side of the river at this point, but we might. We can specialize ore industries. We can have new policies for recycling and public transportation things. Free Wi-Fi, that's not really if you don't turn it on, it won't be a problem. If you turn it on, it will become a problem, I think, but I haven't really played around with that. The heat and the extra insulation things, that's more for the Snowfall DLC, so perhaps our next city will be in the snow, just so you can see what that's like. And if you haven't purchased that DLC, or maybe you're playing on PC, get a mod, because all the DLCs, I think, are derived from mods you can find for PC. So I'm not going to fool with the heating. My Sims can be cold. They'll be cold. They'll be fine. If they're too cold, they'll complain. But we're not going to get that cold because it's not going to snow here in New Chirp City. We've got some new road types, some big in-game assets. They've pre-made stock interchanges for highways, which do come in handy from time to time, but generally I will create my own. They look a little sloppy compared to that, but that's part of the fun, I think. It's really trying to make it look nice, make the traffic go smoothly, and you get a little creative that way. You do some very low-stakes engineering. It's limited by the traffic controls of the game, but the Cloverleaf intersection can sometimes cause traffic problems in its own way, and I'm sure we will talk about that at another time. So we've unlocked some bus lane roads, which is really nice, some trams, tram lines. We can make 4-lane highways, a viaduct. That's kind of a new piece that they've just added recently. Oh, we've got things to do with dead people, so we'll have to build a cemetery soon. The elder care child health center, you know, that just increases the health percentage of those two populations, and child health center will give a boost to the birth rate, while the elder care extends the lifespan of Sims. We've got some new power generating things, the bus depots, toll booths, which we may or may not use. We'll see how that goes. The radio mast and that sort of thing is for disasters. The disaster response unit is very important and helpful for when your buildings get destroyed by fires. Even the disaster response unit will go to those buildings, check for survivors, and then you can rebuild without having to demolish them or start from scratch and rebuild major projects. That's something I didn't know about for a long time, so keep that in mind. The post office, if you don't build it, then mail buildup won't be a problem, and that's what that free Wi-Fi also helps with, because then more people are going to email than go through snail mail. But I like the post office building, so we might just build that for your sake as much as mine. Biofuel bus depot is just a little bit more expensive than a regular one, but it is better for the environment. Alright, so that's Boomtown, baby. We're in New Church City. I'm Justin at Ronly Conley, if you're just tuning in to this chapter. That's R only, C only. Got it? Alright. In that case, let's continue building more houses, because I want to be bigger than Boomtown. Put that on a t-shirt or a hat. Bigger than Boomtown. It kind of sounds like a bad pro wrestler slogan, to tell you the truth, but I like it. It's kind of the equivalent, the city skylines equivalent of bigger than the Beatles, but I digress. I like to use the fill version here when I'm doing zoning specifically, because it can do a large amount, especially when it's in a large single block like that. And it's just a bad habit to go through and click every single one, but generally you can get away with the paintbrush pretty easily. Or the select, you just specifically choose what squares that are available you want to actually zone. And that can happen, that can be helpful, especially these single blocks here. I like to use to make those little zones so you get the larger square. Won't. Okay, so let me start that over. Okay, so you got this 4x4 square. That's the largest possible zone you can have. We know this. If you don't, now you do. So with this single two-seater right attached to that 4 block, what will happen if I make that all the same zone, all green residential, that left side would become a 2-square building in that spot, and make this building a 3x4. So to fight that, I like to make this a different zone. Now later, once we've unlocked high density residential, that's where I'll put those. But we've got until, I want to say, 7,000, and so we've got a ways to go before we get high residential. So I put the shops there, and that's kind of nice because they're in a neighborhood. But see here, well, that's partly because we built this road here. They got out of whack there. But take a look at this. So this was a 3x4 and then a 2x. So we're to fix that. Eventually it will reset itself, probably if we build another road, which I'm sure we will. Look at that. Uh-oh, we're running out of power. Hold everything, folks. Let's check our budget here. We've got a lot of in the budget, but we're going to have to raise it. These Sims will not stop yelling at us. See how aggressive they are. Like, we don't have power, we don't have sewage, what's going on? Oh, cry me a river and pour it out there. What, we still don't have power? You could check that a little easier there. Alright, it may be time to build. Now this is an advanced wind turbine. We just unlocked that when we hit Boomtown. So, they only go on water. The good news is they get a lot more, where that single traditional wind turbine gets 8 megawatts on the top of the hill. This one, out in the middle of the water, gets 20. But the downside is you do have to run a power line here. It's ugly, but we'll come back to that later and make it pretty again. But now we've got plenty of power. We've got room to grow. I'm not going to lower the budget because we've got almost 50,000. We're still making 2,000 bucks a month, and we're going to be building a lot more. So rather than have to go through that cycle a lot more, we're just going to bite the bullet and have a reserve power. I do wish that we had battery choices, but I don't think that's an option in the game at this point. Maybe there's a mod out there. If you know of any, please let me know, and hop in the comments section. That's so your fellow city Skyliners, new chirpers, can learn about that. Boom, look at that. All right. I don't really like it when it messes up the corners like that. I get right now because it's in the curve, but in reality, your zone isn't gonna be based on squares. You can build houses on funky shapes. We're gonna destroy that one so it can be a 2x2 house. That's just because it'll be able to hold more residents. At least I think that's how it works. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Don't tell anybody. And if I am wrong, please feel free to correct me. We're a community here, even on the Roly Conly Twitch, excuse me. I was playing the Nintendo this morning, so that's on my mind, I suppose. Now a sim on Chirper asked if we're going to build more industry, which serves as a nice reminder that the game lets us know, hey buddy, your industry zone demand is really high, so alright, I guess we'll build more. So here we go, we're just going to build right in this, and I'm going to connect it to this four-way. We're just going to, I know there's people living there, but we'll just say that that's Amanda on Chirper who was yelling at us about building more industry, so we're going to just take her yard and make it an industry zone. And if she has a complaint, we'll say, duh, this is what you wanted, so why are you complaining? I may not be the nicest mayor out there. My Sims may not always like me, but the city gets improved. And if they don't like that, then why do they live here? What do they want? It's really frustrating. You try to improve people's lives. You try to give them a nice, quiet town to live in. Some, benefits. There's just no respect. No respect. I'm not saying that I'm as good as, I don't know, Eisenhower, but come on. I mean, this is pretty nice Chirps. These people literally would not exist without me. If I had not picked up and said, I'm going to create New Chirp City, they would be living in who knows where. Maybe it's my other towns. Maybe it's Santa Palma. Maybe it's Los Santos from Grand Theft Auto. Everybody knows how great that town is. San Andreas, hello? No, I'm joking. I like taking care of these Sims. I like trying to make their life better and not kill them and whatever, but give me a break. And now they want more. See, this is what I'm talking about. I told you we would have to build a cemetery soon. It's because when people die, there's nowhere for them to go. They just stay there. And the other people who live in these buildings Sometimes they'll say it stinks, like literally stinks. They can't breathe. We're going to put it kind of right in the middle of town. Sorry, y'all just built these houses. That's tough. But they like it. It makes everybody happy. They have a huge radius. They hold 3,000 dead bodies. Later, we'll unlock this crematorium, which has a lot more capacity and takes up a lot less space. The other perk of the crematorium is that you can move it, like I was talking about the medical clinic earlier. But with the cemetery, once there are corpses in the ground, you cannot move the cemetery without emptying it. And you can't empty a cemetery until you have crematoriums with enough spaces so their trucks can go to the cemetery. It's kind of like a transfer station for garbage. And that sounds kind of messed up to say out loud, and I hope you'll stick with me here, because sometimes as the mayor, you have to be cold. You have to make decisions that are tough, but, you know, for the future good. I'm not saying that in real life dead bodies are garbage, but for the purposes of this game, where there's a limited amount of space, we will move the dead, burn them in the crematorium, put them in an urn or something smaller, so we can have the convenience of moving it. You, as your own mayor, you may have more respect for cemeteries and locking them where they're at. Sometimes I think that's nice. I try to keep cemeteries where they are as long as possible. But they do take up a great deal of space. In the remastered version, you can get up to 81 squares in a city. Tiles, allegedly. I haven't been able to figure out how to do that in the actual gameplay without having the cheat mode checked in the beginning. So we have 2 squares available. I'm going to purchase the highway zone so we can connect the industry to the highways. That'll spread out some of the traffic, and then we're going to choose this one where there's a lake. That's kind of nice. And then there will be another highway connection later. So thinking about the cemetery and how much space it took up is what reminded me, hey, you can buy more areas. It does cost money, as I'm sure you saw. This next tile costs $8,800. You know, some of them cost more for reasons that are unclear to me, but it may just be arbitrary. That's sometimes how it works. Since we've got this four-lane road street going this direction, that's where I'm going to create a new highway exit. And since we destroyed those houses, I'm just going to make this commercial squares. That one just built up. Remember, you got to be quick when you're rezoning a spot, because especially in this fast mode, it will change very quickly, and you'll have to demolish and start again. It's not really the biggest problem, but it's a nuisance. It's a nuisance. And as a mayor, I hate the nuisances. These residential will probably be turned into industry at soon. What I'm going to do is try to mimic this interchange with my own freehanding skill. There is an option. I could build a different sort of interchange, but that takes up so much space. If I were to try to make this one right here, for one, it wouldn't really fit because, it's on a turn, and it would go straight to the town there, and that's a huge spot. And it's just a lot. That's a lot of space. So one way to go about it is build an overpass bridge like you see a lot of times in real life, or we can do this. This is kind of my go-to model because there's not a lot of stopping and starting involved. There are no crossing paths like with that. But I'll build it just to show you. Hovering over here, we see that is causing a problem. So we're going to extend those highway lanes just a little bit. See how this is that section only holds one car? That causes traffic too. So those trucks will not move until that truck ahead has gone. Now, since that is a small street, we're just going to make it one way, and it's going to be part of the highway now. That will cut back on some of that stopping and starting, because now there's 2 lanes for one, and it's a highway, so they can get in both lanes, and we don't have to worry about that. We lost that one house, but that'll be okay. The highways do not have zones. You can see that is a limitation there, but it makes sense. You won't get pedestrians walking across, that sort of thing. So we've already improved that a little bit. They're stopping here. I'm not really sure why. There is a stop sign. That's a good reason to stop. You should always stop at stop signs, my friends, even when you're used to nobody showing up. So I told you that we would build a bridge overpass. Now, I'm going to put on these angles because I want it to connect and be kind of straight, because otherwise it would be tricky. Now, since I put on the guidelines, that was being finicky, but the reason is because we want this to be, relatively straight. It's going to be kind of odd because it goes into this highway curve. However, it'll be okay. I'm sure at some point we will have to change this up. The angle for this is tricky. I honestly don't know sometimes why it doesn't work, but in general you can go real far back like that. The farther back you go, the less traffic will build up on the actual highway part, which is a handy thing to know, but I don't really want it to go like that. Look, that looks funky. But I think it's since I'm snapping. The snapping sometimes causes those problems. This exit ramp extending out like that, it does make sense because it's coming off the curve. And the same there, I guess that's fine. It's still not ideal. Maybe we'll change this, and well, it's just going to be that way. And some of that might be the topographic height of the. See that there's a little indentation there at the bottom of that ramp. That could be because there's a terrain height difference. And what we can do, we can go into our. I'm holding down triangle. We go over to info views, and it shows us all these different layers. You can look at the whole traffic of the city. We've got very good traffic flow, 94%. That's amazing. Part of that's because the way that I've designed this road. Part of it's because we don't even have 3,000 sims. But having the second highway entrance and exit is taking traffic from having to travel all the way through that small road. But anyway, I was going to show the terrain height. Here we go. We can see that those little lines, those stripes you see on the left side of the screen there, that is it either lowering or raising. It seems like that would be raising up slightly, just enough to make a difference. And you can see in the river, it goes down very low under the water. There's a lot of layers there. And look at it in reality, you can tell there's absolutely a height difference. With this, it's such a slight slope that you really only notice behind the houses. Your buildings are going to build flat. It's always going to be a flat plane. You're never going to get a tiered yard. And it's like that for assets that you plop down, like the theater. But that's a flat location. Parks will do that. So it's just something you kind of want to be aware about when you're building. If you are particular about how your terrain looks, you can smooth that out. But it's really up to you. It's your city. Do what you like. But the way you can flatten is going into landscaping tools. That's what the shovel in the dirt, landscaping. The very first one raises and lowers terrain. I'll show you just to see. We'll make a mountain here. Oh, look at that. We can make it go a lot faster by making it stronger. Now we've got a mountain where there used to be a molehill. And that's a very funny joke, I know. We can also go down into the ground. Like I said, they're even. The soil availability marker in the middle of the screen there tells you how much dirt you have on hand. So as you take away, it will, you'll have more soil available. and as you put down and build up, you'll have less. It's basic math. It makes sense. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Now, what I want to do before I go any further is take these stoplights off of that, because that's just going to cause problems in the highway. But back to our landscaping, the second option is to level the soil out. Now that you hit square or X on Xbox, I don't know what it is on computers, but if you're playing computer, it'll tell you also. It picks a height, and then you can make it all the same. So take, for example, this spot. We'll use this one because it is pretty violent. We've got this really high spot, and now we just want to, it feels like ironing, honestly. Like we're just smoothing it out. And look at that. We've got a big mass. Now, same thing. We come over here. Let's make it a little smaller. Boom. Boom. Completely different. And that still uses the soil that you have available, but in general, that uses less than if you're digging a riverbed or building a mountain like that. But it can help if you want to not have that lip. See that? The way that it raises up behind that factory? You just put the marker in the factory, and then you can smooth it out there, and look. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, and our poor trees here, they look like this because pollution. It destroys the tree. Now, I know at least in the remaster, there's a version you can change the way the soil pollution appears and the water pollution. You can even make it disappear completely, but from what I've read, the trees will be wilted like that, even still. But it's kind of fun because you can make it look radioactive. You can make it, whatever. There's like 4 or 5 colors, so. On the remastered version alone, though, again, we're in the regular PlayStation 4 version because there's more roads, specific road types, and that sort of stuff. I thought it'd be more fun to get back into, and I was dying to start a new city. So thank you for joining me once again and giving me a good reason to start a new city from scratch. And what a beautiful city it is. I'm sure you agree. I mean, look at that. You got some mountains in the distance. We've got a fire over here. Uh-oh. That's the industrial area. Sometimes it's worth making a little fire station or at least close to the industrial area, even if you already have one in town. I'm going to take a screenshot of that just so we can say that this is our town. This is where we're at. It's really nice to be able to do this and look at your city in different ways. This is when I was a kid playing SimCity Creator on the Nintendo DS. This is the level of detail I wanted, but it's what I saw in my brain. So I hope you're just as imaginative and creative and creating narratives. I love making up reasons. That's what I was talking about earlier when I was ranting about the things I do for my Sims and they don't appreciate me. It's like role playing, and it just adds a little flavor to it. It can be boring if you don't make it fun. Sometimes I turn it off because I am bored, but you have to really, as in life, you have to make everything sometimes more fun in your own way. But I like pretending that I am the mayor and that people are my royal subjects, and I know that's not how mayors typically operate, but I digress. It depends on where you live, I suppose. Alright, now this looks pretty good. We can add another road maybe, but since it's got this limited amount of space, what I'm actually going to do, and it's tough for these poor business owners. They didn't give enough money to my campaign. I'm sure I'll regret that come election season, but we did expand that, so maybe they're part of the deal is they bought this land across the street. But now I'm sure that's better for their business because it's cleaner cut. They get more traffic going by, but not too much of a bottleneck. like was there before. So that's kind of nice. Good for them. Good for them. We could also put a park there, but maybe we have a unique building we can build. Oh, there's a city hall. We don't have a city hall yet. That might look nice there, right across the street from the cemetery. What do you think? I kind of think it would be better in the center there, even off the main road. Especially, this blue is the leisure. This is what, when people feel like they have stuff to do near them in a walkable way. Maybe we could put it there, but that's a little too close to the industry. And, you know, as mayor, I don't want to go to work every day and have to breathe in those fumes. That's for the poor people who live here to deal with. So let's put it right there. Look at that. That's beautiful. As soon as you drive into town, let's test it out here. As you drive into town, there's City Hall. You know exactly where you're at in town. Wow. It's kind of nice. Kind of nice. A little Beaux-Arts. It looks like the Connecticut State Capitol building in my brain. I mean, it's just the same style. I think Rhode Island's also looks that way. I don't know what it's actually based on, so, you know, if you're watching on the internet, maybe you can look it up for me and leave a comment and let me know. Because who's to say? I might be missing out on some great facts. Alright. So we didn't fill that spot up, but we do have a city hall now, and that's a point of pride. I'm sure everybody in town will agree, even though we lost some residents because we took up their house. I mean, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful way to walk into town and see it on the main street there. We've got our Denny's here, except it's called Penny's because of copyright reasons, but the Pancake House right beside the police station and the medical clinic. Ah, come on. Come on. All right. Now, looking ahead, did we ever build a fire station? Yes, we did. So when you find one of these ploppable city services, whether that be parks or anything, it will highlight all of that sort of building that you see in purple. We only have one fire station. That's, as you can see, the industry area on the right is very hazardous, and since we can afford it and we really need it, we're going to build a fire station on that side of town. And it's already made a difference, but it's not a lot of difference because industry by default is pretty flammable. But these also only have 6 trucks, so that's part of it. As we level up, our next level will get that's a firehouse, I suppose. So the actual fire station has a lot more fire trucks, a lot more capacity to handle it, and can handle a larger radius. So that's just all things to keep in mind. What we can do is, in our services or city policies, we can distribute smoke detectors. It costs you money, but it does reduce the risk of fire. So we're going to do that. Our first policy, we're installing smoke detectors everywhere. As you can see, if you're looking down at the budget line at the bottom, we're losing money. Every day that passes, it's going down because we're spending 5 cents a building on these smoke detectors. So we've already lost about $500. We can see more easily our expenses are going up. But that's okay. We can always raise taxes on residentials and businesses, but commercial businesses, that is, but we can't raise any more on industry because 12% is really kind of the cap. They will complain and be abandoned if you raise taxes too high, which I think is kind of flawed but accurate. You know, it's hard to say for sure, but there are certainly many cities that have lost a lot of investments because of overtaxing the the businesses. So, when you design a game like this, there are inherent beliefs like that are, for right or wrong, they're built into this game. I think there's some truth to it, and in everything there's, but this at least doesn't. You can be more, I don't know, aware of your population's class dynamics, but it's not. There are some sim games, like SimCity Creator, I think had a good delineation between wealth values and how that was shown in the buildings themselves and in neighborhoods. In general, I tend to not try to make that happen. I'd rather make my city a utopia. I think I've said that before, but I want everybody to have good land value, or relatively good quality of life. Accessibility of services is important to me. And since it's a video game, we can do anything. In real life, you cannot just up and move a medical center so you can expand your road. It's just not the way it works. Not to mention the costs involved are a lot larger and a lot less recoupable as in the game. We've got a little bit of room here, so our Sims want some commercials, so we're going to put it right here off the highway, so a little bit of a destination for some people who are coming into our town, because we're in Boomtown once again, and business is booming. Kudos to our economic development department. They really got the ear of the planning and zoning committee. All right, we're going to expand our industry this way, and one reason is because we're going to be close to this water. I don't know if the ferry will. We could build a harbor here. Let's see what we've got available. We haven't unlocked the harbors, so that's tricky, but maybe we can build ferry stops there, so that's nice. Don't have the money for a ferry depot. We don't have anywhere for the ferry to go, but we can use the ferry to get across this river here and build in this section of town. This section has farmland. That's what that brighter yellow-green section is. That's farmland. We can look on our info view map, natural resources. That land is so fertile, it's like as fertile as I've seen it. The forests are green. You can add to forest resources because you can just landscape a bunch of trees. You cannot add fertile land. You cannot add ore, but there is a lot of ore hiding under those trees in the distance. We'd have to buy that tile to be able to access it. But there's a lot of oil over there, which is good to know. It's good to know when you're planning out where you're going to put your industry. There's a little bit of oil over here, but really not enough to start that industry. Certainly a lot over there by the lake, and a lot of ore. There is a cheat option for unlimited resources, so at some point I probably will build it. I've not done it, but at some point I probably will build that just so I can keep the look of my city going. And maybe that's our next city. Or maybe once we get to a comfortable part with New Chirp City, I feel like I've taught you everything that you need to know in terms of that kind of dynamic. Maybe we'll try that. Okay, so I was building this industry area. We're going to zone. We're not going to zone all of that out because, a lot of times if you build a new street like that, it just sits empty for a while, especially if it's an industrial park. And this private investment created it rather than, maybe like the economic development department bought it or something. Just in real life, I mean. I've lived beside many, many highways and seen a lot of industrial parks come and go, and some more successful than others. That's kind of a weird curve there. When you do these curves, it's really better to use the road guidelines because you'll know where to make the bend and it'll look smoother. So see how it lines up with that's where you want to start the curve. And it still looks kind of sharp there, like jagged almost, but not quite. But what you can do is cut out that bend altogether and go back and try again. And if you especially want it to be kind of straight coming out, look at that. That's a very smooth one. Very smooth curve. But if you want it to be a little sharper, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a nice bend there, and it will come out, you know, later. We can even make a bridge that's not a highway bridge to connect over to that side, which is probably what will happen later. We don't have enough interest in the industry at this point to develop, but we will continue. The industry being right beside the highway is not a bad thing because that's where the bulk of your traffic comes from, is those big honking trucks. I mean, think about it in real life terms, right? You're in the city, you're at a stoplight, and there's these big tractor trailers. Now, a lot of cities will actually ban tractor trailers in certain parts of town, depending on where they're going. They might have to have a specific destination in that zone. And in fact, the game City Skylines also has something to that effect. We can't unlock it yet, but in the city planning section there is a heavy traffic ban. So no heavy transport vehicles will go there. It doesn't work on the highway, so you can build a highway through that zone, no problem. But if you have an industry area and the surround in the middle where there's no highways to get to it, and you've blocked off all the roads, then your industry won't function because you don't have that traffic. But that's a problem for later. But my point is that having these extra connections to the highway is important for traffic purposes, not to mention that it keeps those trucks from destroying your roads in your residential areas. I've lived in places where you could see the road bend, dips in the asphalt because so many heavy trucks were on it, especially in the summertime, and it destroys the roads. Now, in this game, you don't really have that problem unless you have road maintenance services on, which we don't at this point, but there is a road maintenance depot once you get to 4,600 people, and they'll keep up the roads better, and that maintenance will allow your traffic to flow faster, which isn't... I've done cities with that built, and I really couldn't tell a difference, but, you know, I don't think it improved or hurt traffic, but, you know, if it's flowing better, it's flowing better. All right. So next, we're going to have to build more shops and probably some more residential. I'm going to take a brief recess while I go to the restroom, but you may stay here and watch the city go. It'll be nice. I'll take it off the UI, the user interface there, so you can just get a good view of New Chirp City. Back in a sec. And we're back. All right. I hope you enjoyed the bird's eye view of New Chirp City. Once again, I'm Justin. Thank you for joining me for this lovely time of building this new city from scratch. It really takes a while to get it going, but once you do, it's nice. You get this general layout, especially these early sections of your city. Those neighborhoods are often, I leave them untouched in the future. Maybe if the land value is really good, I will play with that just from a general standpoint of role playing and making it interesting. But in reality, this is kind of how stuff works, where the highest land values are where the higher density places want to be built. And they're generally the more walkable places. I mean, this park with all these paths, come on. What a dream that must be. But you don't unlock high-density residential until 7,000 sims. But we have the demand for residential. Once you get that high density, your population is going to boom. I mean, it's going to double very quickly because you're just able to fit more sims in one spot without necessarily creating the urban sprawl. I'm not a big fan of the sprawl. I honestly tend to just use the high density stuff all the time, but here we go. So this phase where we're really just trying to, that's not what I wanted to do. We're really trying to just map out where our major pathways are going to be, so that as we add in roads, it makes sense. Now, there's perks to leaving big open spaces like this. There's perks to cutting it short and building roads through it and little pathways. But since we are in such dire need, the people are crying out for more housing, which is very relevant to the world today, we're going to at least make a little cul-de-sac there. But it is limited because your zone, you can't just make the huge square spots. But when you get the high density zones, these are the kind of spots where I love to put those high density. So, maybe in your own your own city skylines game, maybe you're further along than me, and you can play with that. See this, having the snap. I wish the snap options did not automatically apply to both roads and pathways, just because I generally have different goals for those both. I'm not trying to necessarily make a perfect angle pathway unless I'm weaving through a grid, like if I'm trying to go through that, if I'm trying to thread that line, that's the only time I need it to be a harsh angle. But even then, I can manage the basic squares on my own. Now, sometimes you do this pathway and it adds zoning squares because I don't know, it levels out the land, I guess. But right now, there's no space here for it really to go. So what we'll end up doing is cutting out that house. But it might be worth it in the long run. With these paths, sometimes you can just get close and it'll automatically connect. That time it did not, so that's good to know. I kind of want to see it built real quick. That's not really what I wanted. Alright, I'm going to pause that for 1 second. That's a shame. I really don't want to destroy all of that, but these pathways tend to work as single like blocks, so you're really kind of stuck with whatever it gives you. In terms of if you drag it out this far, that's where it's going to be. That looks terrible. Oh my gosh. That's a little better. It still leaves a lot to be desired, but that's mostly due to where I built that road right in front of the park and how close these two roads are together. It's frustrating. But later with high density, we can make it make more sense. Having these two little shops there is kind of cute. If I really felt inclined, I would just destroy all four of these and make one big house. But I kind of like that there's, a few crammed in together there. It's pretty realistic. I mean, you could have 3 property owners on one plot of land like that easily, especially in older cities, especially in New England. I've seen that in a lot of places. But where I grew up, if it's like my grandparents owned a huge plot of land and then divided it amongst their kids, that is pretty common also. So there we go. It's realistic. It's realistic to some degree, at least. One thing about these pathways too is that the game includes these nice gaps sometimes, especially on curves. That's my favorite reason for using curves, because you don't have to consciously cut out what you could possibly be building on, but still connect them in a way that your cars aren't going to go through, but your people will. Your people will actually go a surprising distance. And what we can do is, if we pause it, you can go with the investigate icon. Look, we got Tony Roberts here. He lives at the Sterling residence. He's unemployed. I don't know why. We've clearly got enough industry and businesses, but maybe not. Maybe that's something we're going to figure it out. We can rename him. I'm not going to, but we can see where he's going. Maybe he's going by showing the traffic route. We can see that he's walking all the way over here. That's a pretty decent walk. I mean, that's maybe in the game, maybe a half mile, mile and a half, somewhere in there. It's probably less than that, but that's a good distance to walk, and who knows where he came from before. I wish it showed that. And maybe it does, and I just didn't look at it correctly. But it is nice to know that they will go a long way. As we add in transportation, I think that I've read that Sims will transfer up to 3 times. So between a bus to a different bus or metro, train stations, what have you. On that note, we will get into building a bus station in just a minute. But we really are, I mean, they're dying for people. And let's see, workers, we're down, we have a deficit of 500 workers spots that we need workers. Our population has hovered. I don't know why it went down so much at that one spot, but that might have been when our first wave of deaths, because the lifespan of a sim happened. We can see that our influx has been bouncing up and down, dependent on as we build the residential zones. You'll get more influx. Our birth rate, it always kind of zigs and zags, especially when you are stable like we are now. We're not really actively building so much. As you build services and things geared toward, raising a child in the city, like schools and playgrounds, that sort of thing, the child health center, your birth rate will go up. Your death rate is going to happen. It's just going to naturally occur over the course of the Sim's life. But if you are poisoning them by having your water intake in a polluted area, then they're going to die sooner. That's just the way it is. If they're all living close to factories, there's a lot of pollution in your city, they're going to die sooner. It's like real life. Our students, we maxed out at 300, but it's going down probably because we have more Sims and still only the one school. We have a few tourists because of our theater, our town hall, our park, but we have a lot of room to grow. But what I wanted to see is the available jobs, compare that to the population, But we look at the map here, and that pie chart on the left shows us that we have almost a third of our population are too young to work, and definitely a third are too young and old. So 2/3 of our population, look at the employment percentage. We've got near max employment, and that makes it even more surprising that the one sim that we singled out is unemployed, because high employment is happening. So shocking, but that's the way it goes. We can change our Chirper image. Let's put the flowers in their hair. It's spring after all. Okay, so we got to build more housing. Now, sometimes you just got to get aggressive. Now, this is the time that I will build the grid, because we need it quick and dirty, not artistic. That's something we can always change later. We can always make it look prettier down the line. I swapped road types because I like to kind of keep them the same where they're at. What they were, to keep some consistency, but not necessarily everything. But I didn't keep that up because there's wide sidewalks there. So we'll change that to wide sidewalks, until we get more roads with trees, that is. We're close. We'll get there. You remind me, how's that? Bag me in the comments for roads with trees. You'll sound just like my Sims, and I'll tell you what I tell my Sims. I don't know, tell people to come move here so we can unlock them. I don't know if my Sims would really know what that meant, because, on the whole, I think they're real. They think that they're real people. Fools. Of course, there are a lot of people in real life, I suppose, that think highly of themselves, and they might be described as fake. I'm not going to tell them that, but, that's your call. We'll let you decide. What do you think? In the comments, let's take a poll. Do you think Sims are real people just in a simulation, or do you think that we're all in a simulation and people are laughing at us, the Lord above, the people running the simulation, whatever you want to call it? Well, what do you think it is? Do you have theories? I want to hear your theories. Let's get weird. Let's go crazy in the comments. We're here to have a good time for a long time. Got a lot of time to kill. And I think that's why I like to do the role-playing sort of stuff, because it adds that dynamic. We're getting silly, we're killing time, and we're waiting for people to move in. So we can add more stuff, and who doesn't love more stuff? That I'm actually going to leave open, since sometimes I will destroy it, but since that's a 5x4 square, you're going to get this 4x4. Sometimes it will automatically do a 3 and a 2. Which I think is really nice. But as you can see here, it could have been a 3, but that single row of 2 made a 2x2. I know that is probably confusing to you, just because I haven't explained it the most clearly, but I hope you'll bear with me, and we'll figure that out. As we play along, you'll see it more in real time. I'm sure there will be times where I change it. It's really just personal preference. So if you can stand, your having that empty space in your zone, and then please feel free to do that. But this is my city. I'm in control. I'm the mayor, and I am a fascist mayor. In terms of things are going to be my way. It's not a democracy. The people think so on Chirper, but they're kidding themselves. Much like people on Twitter a lot of times. But that's neither here nor there. That's a conversation for another place. We're on Twitch right now. I'm going to upload this to YouTube. You can find the chapters of Milestones on the first one. I might edit that and add some more based on what I'm working. And I'm going to try to cut some clips, especially of the most helpful parts. I've done one of those on Twitch, but feel free to help me out and make some clips of your own. I guess that helps me out. I'd appreciate it. I think it'd be really awesome. Now, see, this guy, since I built these roads, it really threw off the whole square, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have a 2x. This guy with the 3 and the 2, it doesn't look right to me, but we're going to build a road there soon anyway, so that one is more likely. This intersection is more likely to change the makeup of those houses than this intersection is going to mess that one up. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, then you'll see it eventually. It's really just this whole game, City Skylines, you kind of just got to play, learn what works for you, and, you know, keep following me. Follow me on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and we'll learn together. You learn with me. There are things that I learn about much later than anybody who's played this for, you know, a year and a half, like I have. It's astounding, and they're always adding to it also. So this is our disaster response unit. We don't have a place for that yet. I really don't want to put it in the middle of town, so that might be the point that we build it out here. Why don't we do that? How much does that cost? That costs $15,000. That's not a lot for a building of its size, so that's interesting. Again, that's important because when you have fires, when you have natural disasters on, if you don't have natural disasters DLC, you're not going to have the disaster response unit. Keep that in mind. But then I don't think you'll have the problem of buildings not being repaired. But don't quote me on that because it's been a while since I haven't played with the natural disasters on. But we'll build that right there. It looks kind of nice. People driving down the highway can see it. They don't know what it kind of just looks like a factory, but maybe we should flip it. You think? Disaster response unit. It's kind of a nice building. Yeah, we'll leave it there. I don't like that the sun stays in one spot. In the remastered version, you can adjust the time of day in your, you know, in this menu where you can see without the user interface. But in the regular console version, you cannot do that. You can only deal with the sun as it changes. But I didn't want to be at nighttime. We might change that. But even if you go on daytime, it's morning time and you like that, if you turn day and night off, it'll always be at this view, which I guess is like noonday or something along those lines. Yes, we need more power because we built a lot of new buildings. The disaster response unit takes up 480 kilowatts, so we've got to build more. We don't have a lot of money, so we just got to build another windmill for 8 megawatts, and we're gonna hope that that's enough. It's a little bit close. We've also got room in the budget, so we'll max out the 150, and then we won't touch it again. And since we are low on funds, I'm gonna raise taxes. Shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell my Sims that I raised their taxes. They'll find out in a month or so, and then they'll be mad about it. But that allows us to do more with our city to improve it. So, you know, it's in real life. That's generally the value of taxes, that it does help everybody have a better life. That's a really nice way of thinking about it, but I tend to be optimistic about things. There are definitely wasteful ways to spend your taxes, and moving the disaster response unit also costs money. When you move anything, it costs, for this building, it costs $3,000. So, you know, write a letter to your mayor, tell him he's a jerk, and by your mayor, I mean me. I'm the mayor. This is what I'm saying in the press conference. I'm telling my Sims to bite me, which is not, you know, the best thing. Look at all these people coming in. Where are they going? We can find out. Let's pause it and see. We'll click on this car. They're going to the theater. That's nice. the new Chirp Theater. Julie Phillips. I follow a woman named Julie Phillips on Instagram who's a nice artist. I thought that they would be going to these new houses. It's very interesting. They all seem to be going to the theater. They are all going to the theater. Maybe it just opened. Maybe they got a show going. There's a lot of people going in. That's kind of neat. It's neat to know that. It's good to know the path that they're traveling is not the fastest route. They're going through the residential neighborhood. But that's good to know. So what it gives me cause to do is delineate a district. Now the districts are where you can specialize policy and limit what happens there, or who arrives. And I've mentioned some of the policies to you before, but we'll set some policies for this district, which we won't call Briar Rose Heights. We'll call it Twitchville, just for you guys. Twitchville. That's the neighborhood. The Twitchville neighborhood will have later, once we get to 4,600 people, it'll have a not in my backyard rule, which makes the leisure stuff cut out at night. Leisure is a type of zone for commercials, of commercialized buildings, so that's not really going to be a problem because we don't have a leisure zone there anyway, but it'll be nice. We'll make it Old Town also. This means only residents and businesses can use the area, no other cars. So instead of going, like these guys are, weaving through the neighborhood to get there, they'll have to take the main 4-lane road. And that comes in handy too with heavy traffic. Like I mentioned earlier, the heavy traffic ban will keep them from taking the Twitchville roads, but regular traffic could take that one major stretch through to the industry area. All right, so now that we've done that, we've kind of come to a breaking point here. I want to build a bus depot. Now, we need $30,000 to do this, and rather than wait for that to happen, we're going to take out a loan. We're going to take out $60,000 because we have it available, and it might be helpful. That means we can make the biofuel bus station. Now, look, the difference between the bus depot and the biofuel bus depot is that one is better for the environment. They have the same amount of people. It's quieter too. The noise pollution is not as bad. That's very helpful. This game has a problem with noise pollution where there's only so much you can really do about it. Some of that is the zoning. If you zone commercial in its own area, you won't have that problem. Low density commercial has a lot less trouble with it also. So we're going to put this bus station, or bus depot, out here. So it's out of the way. That red circle is like where it impacts the land value. We can't build another one, but you don't have to have the buses go straight there. What will happen is that the buses will go naturally from the bus depot and follow your lines. You never have to worry about the building again. In fact, what happens to me is I forget that even is the biofuel bus depot and that it even exists in the game. I completely forget about it. So you can also completely forget about it. But we are going to set our first bus line, and what I'm going to do is send it around Twitchville. You want it to be not too close to each other, but the bus stops can be pretty far away. When you set it, that's the radius, and sometimes they'll overlap. I think it's better if they overlap because then all the Sims won't go to one specific location. What I should do, however, is put one in the middle at the City Hall, but that's not the purpose of this bus line. As with anything in life, you really want to have a specific goal that you want to accomplish when you're making bus routes. Where are they going, and why are they going that? We know a lot of people are going to the theater, so we will eventually get out there and go to the theater with the bus line. However, we want to get to all these neighborhoods. This one is not going to go to the industry because that's not the goal of of the bus line. We'll take it, stop at the park, because that's probably also a popular destination. We'll go right to the theater there. That's nice. Now we gotta connect, and to connect we gotta go back. It'll loop back, and we don't even have to set another spot. We can actually just boom. There it is. Boomtown, baby. And now this is the point where we can put a stop right at the City Hall. So now we've hit all of our major tourist spots. We've got a stop at the park, we got a bus stop at the theater, we got the bus stop at the City Hall. Now the key part here to pay attention to, for traffic purposes, you want your bus stops to be like adjacent to your destinations. So you don't want a lot of people to come out of the City Hall and have to cross the street because your cars will have to stop. Same with the theater. If I put the bus stop here, they'll have to cross that street. Now you can see them running like ants across the street. The cars stop for them. But if they're going to take the bus, and as the bus route gets, Sims get used to that being a viable route, they will take the bus instead, provided that it takes them where they're going faster. So this is a solid bus route. Now, I don't pretend to be the expert on the most efficient bus routes. There are people out there that will give you a full seminar on how to make your bus routes the most efficient, and I encourage you to find those out. But it's really not that problem. You just have to think about, where are your Sims going to, where are they coming from? And that's a pretty decent route that we've got here. Now, if this road had connected over here, we could have wrapped around. We just didn't do that. We didn't do that, and that's okay. Eventually, as we build out this side of town, we will have another bus line. So what we'll do in the meantime is we will create one that goes around this side of the city and takes the big loop. So it'll go through Twitchville, it'll go through this corner that hasn't been named yet, it'll go through this other corner where we have a lot of residents, and we know that your Sims will walk a decent way, so even the Sims in the middle here will go, and sometimes they'll take the bus and, transfer, as I mentioned before. But we can simply put the stops right in the middle there, and one right on the edge, because there's also commercial buildings there. We know that that will be a destination. Your Sims will want to go shopping. And I'm just going up a couple blocks at a time, just to keep in mind the convenience for the Sims to access where they want to go. We'll put one more in the middle that probably we will probably end up moving this one in the middle. As we develop roads in here, we'll loop down and cut through those neighborhoods. But that's a solid line right there. I mean, it's simple. We could even call it the express line if we really wanted to. You can rename your bus lines here. They're colored. You can change their color by the little paintbrush. So let's make that one kind of a bright yellow. I like them to be brighter because they're easier to see. And we can change how many buses are on there. If you see them piling up at a bus stop, then you can change it. We're going to rename this bus line the Express Line 1. And that's just so you can see that it's there. When you go in the label, you can see, boom, that's what I'm looking at. Your labels should be done according to your own convenience. You should be able to, name things what you want that you will recognize and know what they are. All right, so that's buses. We've got 2 good bus lines. We don't have to worry about that for a while. We can check here, see that we've got 12 people riding the bus so far. 12 out of 3,800 is not great, but they're brand new. They will develop as more people live nearby them, and as they're more firmly established. They're still so new that what will happen is that the buses will pile up at the stops all at once. They come out of the bus depot at the same time, but you know, over the span of a few in-game days and weeks, they will come up. But see, look at this. We've got two buses, one right behind the other. There's nobody even at the stop. Okay, we have one person. We got another one. That's nice. He waited on him, but it caused a traffic problem. So that's the point that you will go in to the bus line and lower the vehicle count. We really don't need that many buses, but we'll keep it there. One nice thing it does do is tell you how many car trips are saved by your buses. Obviously nothing yet. But as they stop at the different locations, especially depending on how many people are there, it'll spread out. See, look, they're already not one behind the other. So don't stress about that as soon as it happens. So enough about the buses. We've got another problem that has happened now. Our landfill is full. Now we can build another landfill, or we can build a recycling center. The recycling center has half the processing capacity. It does up to 24,000 a week, and we've got 100,000 units a week. So we really need this landfill more than we need the recycling center at this point. Now, the recycling center can also be a good place for emptying your landfill, and as we unlock incineration plants and have more money to build recycling centers, I will empty these landfills and refill them. But right now, if I were to empty this landfill, it would just go to the other landfill. So that's important to know. Trash can build up, and you really got to be strategic about how you're doing it, and pay attention to how it's going, because if your Sims have too much trash, they're going to get mad and leave and abandon. Look, we've already got one place abandoned, whether that's because they don't have enough workers or customers. I don't know now because it's too late, but let's see if it tells us. It does not tell us why it was abandoned. It just is abandoned, so we'll demolish that. But these people will leave the house if there's too much garbage. Just to help us along our way, we can't afford it. So I'm going to build another road and add a recycling plant. Just for our convenience. It does pollute a lot less than the landfills, or especially the incineration site, but now that we've got that, we can empty. That'll just make the trucks be active in the landfill. They'll take it to, hopefully, the recycling center, at which point it will be recycled and put away. But if not, it'll at least free up some extra space for our landfill in the long run. Down the line, you get waste transfer stations, like I was talking about how the cemeteries, you can empty it out to the crematoriums. This is the same thing. You have a trash dump where people take their trash into a convenient spot, and then you build a waste processing complex, it's new. I don't know when it came, but when I first started playing, I didn't have that option. So it adds another dynamic to the trash collection. But your city has to be a lot larger, 20,000 people, to be able to use them. But it has a larger capacity, so you don't have to have as many individual locations, which is really valuable. It was something that I was really wanting. So I'm sure it was a mod of available building, so that's probably why that change happened. You can see these trucks spawning and despawning, so I'm thinking they are just crossing the street to dump, and I may just be paying too much attention. It may not be like that. All right, so this trash is pretty stinky. Let's get up out of there. We've got a little bit of industry demand, and we've got this nice little section, so I'm just going to add that. We're going to fill that out. We're going to put that in. Eventually, we'll put another recycling plant right beside the other recycling, or at least across the street. Excuse me, or perhaps both. But at this point, we don't need them. In fact, I think well, the trash collection is pretty low, the expense line. Since the processing capacity is only the recycling center, so we only have 15,000, but the goal for that was mostly to empty out the landfill. We have a lot of landfill capacity, so don't worry so much about the processing capacity at this point. You can't afford it anyway. I can't. If you have the cheap option, then do it. Okay, so we need more power, and so we've got enough money to build one on the water, so that's nice. The advanced turbines cost twice as much as the regular wind turbine, but give you more than twice, 2.5 times as much power when they're at their maximum of what we can do here in New Chirp City. So that's the trade-off. We could take out another loan and buy a coal power plant, but 90,000 we'll have that back soon enough, and hopefully we'll be able to. We'll hit our next milestone of 4,600 citizens. That's a busy town. We're still at Boomtown right now, so we're not busy yet, guys. So take your time, enjoy the life in the not quite slow lane, but the boom lane. Our intersection here is still doing pretty good, but you can see that there is I don't know when that stoplight came on. Oh, that stoplight came on when I extended to the road for the disaster response unit. But that was the only source of traffic from it. But as they cross, people start making left turns more, especially as this side of the exit gets built up and there's more through traffic. It will be a problem that we have to address and alter the entryway and exits. But that can be as simple as leaving the bridge there and having the exit ramp connect here to the streets. I know that will fundamentally change the dynamic of Twitchville as a neighborhood, but sometimes that has to happen, and what we'll do then probably is make the road type something different and make all of this commercial and have a commercial corridor. Because with noise, you see how noisy the industry is. If you have a lot of commercial together, it also is pretty noisy, even when it's not leisure or tourism. So your Sims don't like that. You can build trees, that'll help. You can put sound walls on the highway, that'll help. But there's really not a lot you can do for noise pollution. I think that's one of the flaws in the game. There may be mods out there that rectify that, but in console version, you're just going to have a lot of noise, and your Sims are going to complain about it, and you're going to tell them that they just kind of got to deal with it, and that's okay. You can't. That's not a flaw of me as a mayor. That's a flaw in the way the game is literally built. So I can't even hold that against the game developers, because I don't know how they would address that any differently, but there's that. So look, we didn't really, as I said before, we wouldn't mess up that house in the middle, but we did mess up some of these. So we're gonna build some more. There's a lot of demand for residential stuff, so we're gonna build residential. I'm gonna put commercial on the corner because it just makes sense to have a corner store. And here we're gonna build and zone for industry, except there I do want it to be, residential, so it's tricky. We've got this power line, we don't need it anymore. We don't need the power line because all these businesses are connected now, the buildings are connected, so that's a lot of space. That's a good thing to realize, is that we don't need the power line. If you really like the way the power line looks, then that is your artistic choice. I don't, and it's a lot of space that's taken up. Back through here it's not as much of a problem, but we do have enough space there for, we've got 2 spaces. That's how much a 2-lane road takes up. So if we really wanted to, we could make strips there, which perhaps we may at a later point if we decide we want to really focus hard on making that section of town commercial, since there's so many tourist destinations there and city services. But at this point, we're not going to do that. A lot of these shops are being abandoned because if you click on the investigate, there's not enough educated workers. So we got to look at our schools, and we've got one school. It's got 300 capacity, and there's more than that eligible. And also, it's a long way from the residents. So we could use with another elementary school. We've got a lot of graduates of it. That 40% educated of citizens, 1,600 citizens are graduated of elementary school education, but they don't have high school, so we've got to build a high school. We're still in debt because of the loan. We've got $56,000 left on, but we've got $20,000. But at this point, we've got a waiting game. We've got a lot of services that we really can't afford to cut back on. Maybe the trash we can cut down on some. Maybe 5%. The electricity we can probably not go too much further on. Since we've got 2 fire stations, we'll cut back 10%, but it's not ideal to do that. These buildings, the unique buildings, cost a lot because they're tourist spots and they're expensive. And since we don't have a lot of buses currently, we'll cut back on that. So we just adjusted the expenses so we can afford more. As we can see in the expense line, the dollars on the right at the bottom of the expenses, we're spending $253 a month. And you can also see on your loan screen, that's how much we're paying every week. So, per month we're spending $1,000. But our revenue is already going up because of the cuts we made that we will add back to. It's not a permanent cut. At least that's the company line at City Hall. But as we build more, we'll get more tax revenue, and it evens out. So we'll just go ahead and zone all this for industry. That'll change. The industry zones, I don't feel as bad for destroying them, building new roads and things, because they're going to be rebuilt, and it just doesn't feel like it hurts as much. It doesn't really make sense. That's not really a great argument, and feel free to call me on that, but I don't know what I'd tell you any differently. But as we expand, if we expand any further, the pollution is going to start affecting the waterway. This is our water intake, so we'll think about in our brains, we'll perform a quote-unquote study to see the feasibility of moving the water pump way upriver. And we'll do that at a time when we can afford to lay the pipe and move it. The cost of moving this is going to be only $500, but we don't have $1,000 to waste at this point, and it's not a problem yet. But it may become one down the line, and it's important to point out your potential weak spots and be aware of the risk involved. Okay, we've got a little bit of ways to go. We finally passed the 4,000 Sims mark, so we're getting close to making it to be a busy town, excuse me. I don't want to destroy that commercial building just because it is the only commercial building there. Since we are, trying to get somewhere, I am going to do the quick and dirty grid method. And think real hard about connecting that, because I want to connect this section. I don't want it to be just connected through that one road, but I don't necessarily want to make a highway entrance, but we're going to do it anyway. Bite the bullet. Sometimes you just got to do it. It doesn't feel good all the time, but that's life. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. and it hurts sometimes, but we're not in the business of making friends as mayors. We're in the business of being helpful to our city. We're going to turn that stop sign off. Even though that's like, you would really want a stop sign somewhere, I haven't decided which is really the priority road. Some of that depends on where people are going. Since I'm anticipating they're going to the interstate, we will make that the stop sign. That's our road study. We did a road study. Good job. Apologies to any actual people out there who do study roads and intersections. I'm not trying to diminish your value. Sometimes in these roundabouts, it's nice to include a pedestrian path. We did not include that because I didn't think I had enough. But like that'd be a perfect spot just to go through those single buildings. But now we've built up these larger buildings, so it would be a pain. So it might have to be a zigzag. Let's do it. Kind of fun to cause problems. That's what I do. I do things unintentionally, and then it's a problem down the line. And that to me is the most realistic thing I do in this game. When you don't think ahead and plan out those sorts of design elements, then you do have to go back and do it later, and it costs you more money in the long run. I've destroyed, a few commercial buildings, so that's lost revenue, and it's just not great. But we've done it already. No going back at this point. And rather than connect a road there, even though that's really what I want to do, I'm going to come out here and just have a little side road. We lose a little bit there. Later I'll make that back corner a high density spot. But what we will do is connect it with the pedestrian path. It looks magical. They can just walk right through. Come on up. Come on up. All right. Ah, shucks. We did not build water. You let me not build a water pipeline when we zoned it. The boys at City Hall aren't going to like that. In the water department, I mean. Our next level up, we're going to get tourism specialization and some more policies. Like I mentioned before, the Not My Backyard and the Old Town. And the heavy traffic ban, that's nice. So that'll be good to play with. And we get trees on our road. So that's an admirable goal. We're making some good money now. $2,000 a month is decent. Sometimes I will leave a gap where I know I'm going to put roads, especially like here, I know I'm going to expand. So rather than let it build up and destroy a whole block, yet I don't need the road yet. So I'm just going to leave the hole there. So I know it's there. You leave 2 blocks where there's going to be a 4-lane because it's wider. 4-lane roads take up 4 zone squares. As I mentioned, 2-lane take up 2. And since commercial's in such demand, we will fill those holes right now with commercial buildings. That's not a long-term spot, and it's probably, not the best, but knowing that it's temporary will help us to plan out what we're going to do in the future. I want this to match, so that's why I'm putting that there. We will come out. I'm going to put the right angle back on because I do want it to be kind of straight for now, at least to that point. Again, your radius around the circle is where your zone limits are. So since we are doing a grid at this point, I might as well make it so it's smooth. We don't need a path through it necessarily, unless you just really like to have a path through your blocks of your grid. You're welcome to do that. I'm kind of more inclined to just build a whole bunch since it's a short grid. There's not a lot of value in them going through it, not over it, as it were. Oh, we can't get rid of that. Ideally, I guess I would have put a line there and connected, but then it's just a grid even more. So what does that really solve in the long term? Not a lot, in my point of view. All right, look at that. That's not the best curve. We can do better than that. So we'll come out and get more in line with that road. And that's beautiful. Beautiful work. Well done. Pat myself on the back. Mayor Justin does it again. Pleases the whole population. I don't know when election day is, but I don't think I have to worry. Do you? So the reason we built all this residential zone now, and it's not building up because our demand is so low because we've just recently put down all these green zones, that'll balance out. We've really just made an investment for the future. Although the desire is for the commercial district, we can play with that some. I mean, add in, at least off the main road, we can put in the commercial. I don't want to destroy this house since they just built the thing. That just seems heartless. Since that would be a 5x4 square, we're just going to build a pathway there because it'll look better in the long term. And a little zigzag helps justify the need for it, and I didn't want that, so I'm going to pause it. I was just about to move it, change the square, so I can, you've got the diagonal here, it fights the square of the grid, so that's the value there. Your Sims can actually, that saves them some travel distance, I guess, or gets them there faster. They don't have to cover as much through it, not over it, but also it separates the house there from the commercial, whatever. So now we're kind of in a holding pattern. I'll speed up the game so maybe it develops a little faster, but this is a good time to think about what do we want to accomplish next. We've only got one park in the whole city, so maybe a plaza. Plazas are nice, especially where you have paths, because they can be reached from two directions. So instead of going right beside the path, it can be part of the path. Dog parks are good because they're, a pretty generic size. They can fit in your 4x4 grid nicely, but they also have a large radius of impact. Relatively nicely, that is. Not perfectly, though. So we'll put one dog park there because now, as we build out, we've got a wider radius of, happiness. Maybe a bouncy castle park out here since it's closer to the industry. That'll be oh boy, we did it. Busy town. How exciting. We've got some new policies. And we've got roads with trees. We've got the big hospital, the fire station, you know, a bus station, oil power plant, which will come in handy, more park options, which is good. We're thinking about parks currently, and some other unique buildings. These are all new from a DLC pack that they added recently. I think it was a free one. So we were going to build a bouncy castle park. What we'll do is replace these houses and give a line between the industry and the housing. I really like the botanical gardens. That's something that might be really nice here, since that's already a tourist spot and there's a bus station nearby. It'll look nice from the highway. Now we're running out of power because I lowered the rate just a tad, and we've built more. Oil power plant is expensive. Gosh, you do get a bonus when you reach a milestone, though. It gives you some cash on hand, which is nice. But how many outputs? 40 megawatts is not a lot for only a few. We're close to 50,000. We'll hold and adjust the budget so we can, 10% more will get us over the hump there. And it appears that some of that may have been because the wind may be changed. That's the trouble with the windmills, is that the wind will slow down by 1 notch, and that'll limit the power. All of a sudden, you've lost 4 points or more based on how many turbines you have. Our other landfill is already full, so we're going to stop emptying that one. We're going to start emptying that one. It probably does empty into one another. It's tricky. I wish you could specify where it went, but I didn't make this game. Once again, they did not ask me, which we won't hold that against them. Debating connecting that in the same way as we did over there. But since that doesn't connect there, it makes more sense. That's a long stretch, though, to not have any sort of pathway. Oh well. The bus station is nice if you really want it. It takes a huge spot, though. I guess we could put that down instead. But you can start routes there, especially if you put it in a centralized location like here. We could have every single route meet and in there. And since that's the central spot, that actually might be not a bad place to go with it. But it will change up the district. Speaking of the district here, since we've got these policies now, we're going to institute a heavy traffic ban there and Old Town. So nobody's coming through Twitchville that doesn't live or do business in Twitchville. We can clear off this, but since there are residents there, we'll just keep it there. And now the traffic will use the main road here, and not cut through Twitchville to get to the theater. And we're running low on power again because we finally got some residential stuff building up, but we can't afford comfortably to build an oil power plant. So we'll do that. It's not reaching our water supply yet, so we don't have to worry about that pollution. It is cleaner than the coal plant by just a little bit. I think it's got a smaller radius by a hair. Perhaps not. But the pollution rate is 35 compared to 50. But it does cost more overall. Good news is you don't have to have oil coming in from your city. You can just have it imported. But that is an important thing to note, is that it will cause traffic, and it will, like the trucks do have to have access to it. Our problem here is that that's only one road and it's only a 2-lane. But we've got a lot of sims using the bus line there, so that's good to know. So we've got a couple options here. We can make it a 3-lane road, since a lot of the traffic is coming from the other direction. We can make it a 4-lane road and expand it, but that will throw off our, it will have to rebuild everything there. Or we can build a new road connection there. That's probably a good thing to do regardless. So I'm just going to plop it right down. And instead of a stop light, we're going to put a stop sign because we don't want to cause traffic as they go to the thing. This is the kind of spot, honestly, this intersection should have been a roundabout once we put in the highway, but we can always change that later. And look, it's already thinned out some now that there's a more convenient route to get to the highway. And later we might add another interchange, and like I said, we could change where the entrance and exit goes. And since we've got this extra space, we'll build a couple industry zones, put in some commercial also, just because we have it there, and it would be pretty convenient. We can at some point build another road in between, connect those over. That actually I'll do right now. Bye-bye residential there. We will put stop signs on these because we know that already a lot of traffic is there. Gonna make this commercial also. Gonna just make that commercial because it might as well all be commercial in that block. It looks a little fishy, but if it becomes a problem, we can simply just cut out this intersection, honestly, and build the roundabout. And people on the internet love roundabouts, as I may have mentioned before in a different stream. But they do. I mean, they look nice in the right moments, but I don't want a bunch of circles. Your city should not just be roundabouts. There are better ways to accomplish it. A lot of it is point of destination, simply having more connections than that. Now this nice interchange is not getting utilized as much because this other one is more convenient. But on the same hand, a lot of the traffic comes from the industry areas, which we mentioned. So now we are officially a busy town. Our next milestone is 7,000 population with, so we've got just under 2,000 citizens to get, but we'll unlock a bunch of things then, including high density residential, which will really boom our population. And there is still a lot of demand for residential, so we could probably get that 2,000 pretty quickly. And I do like this industry area hooking in. I think at least that street, the way it counters the highway and the river, I think that's really lovely. And as we can get harbors and other connections, bridges, that sort of thing, I think it'll really develop into something nice, even if we change it from industry to something else. Okay, we've got enough money now. We can build another elementary school. We've just about doubled our need for it. So since this one is central and closer to where we built newer ones, I'm going to build this new school right in here because we've got the pathways to it on top of it being a pretty important intersection in terms of easy to get to, but also as we build out on that side, it will be helpful to have there. And that little sound you keep hearing is the buildings upgrading, and you can see this one is building up because it's got a new level 2, because we just given it its service. It's kind of on the fringes of the parks that we've built and everything else, so that's why they're developing. I mean, look how nice that commercial building looks. It's really pretty. But we gotta educate our citizens so that these upgraded buildings can function. I mean, as you can see, this one at least needs 7 educated, and we've only got 5. Got a good bit of tourists going to the botanical garden, which is nice. Let's check in on that in our city info page. Statistics, employment's still pretty high. The birth rate's gone down low, but it should go up now that we built a new school. Population's 5,000. Tourist is climbing up to 100, so that's nice. Tax income's gone up from it. Next, we'll have to build a high school, and that high school will need to be central because it holds 1,000. We have just under 1,000 available, and we'll put that on the same block as the theater and the elementary school because we know there's a bus stop there already. We know that it already is a destination of sorts. We could build a tram line if you're so inclined, and I might do it where it goes down that middle. So, how much does a tram depot cost? $40,000. Are we still paying off a loan? Yes, we still owe $50,000. So, no point in putting out another loan for $20,000 because it won't pay for the tram depot. It won't pay for getting another loan. So, boy, these landfills are not cutting it for me. So we're just gonna let them be full. We'll build a third one, I suppose. I really don't want to, but at least got the space here, so there you go. Yay, trash! I love trash. Alright, so rather than build with this road, the plain Jane road is $40 a cell. The one with trees is $60 a cell. However, it increases land value because there's lower noise pollution, and it looks nicer because it's not all concrete. So keep that in mind in your own neighborhood if you ever get to provide input on your street. I'm going to start it straight so then we can curve out differently from both ends. So really this road is the one we're building. I'm just going to stop it there. Maybe connect these two. I like those subtle curves because it does create a zoning difference, but it will look more interesting because we can come over here and do some more stuff or make it more abrupt on the tail end, then it's more obvious. I'm not going to do that now because I don't want to. But I am going to paint the town green so we can get some more Sims up in this. I'm going to create a road here, though. Sorry for that block of 4 being disrupted. It's tough, but, you know, it does change the layout, but it looks interesting. I mean, really. It's still It's a nice transition from the grid side on your right to the more freeform side. And each section of the city, you can tell, you know, they each have their own different patterns, which I think is really interesting. If you look at a real city map, as the neighborhoods develop organically, they do look different. But I keep forgetting to build water lines. So you can't curve the water lines. I always want to. I wish you could. I'm sure in real life they can make straight curved pipes, but you know, they can't be too loopy, I guess. If you ever build city pipes, let me know in the comments how curvy they can be. So that traffic pattern is not a problem anymore since we've added more roads. As you can see, they filter out more. It's kind of like the traffic flows like water. You got to think it takes the path of least resistance, which in my first stream, that's what I mentioned a lot. So keep that in mind, and you want your water to spread out. You don't want it to be all one river. You want that delta to be wide. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish, and it's really helped. Let's take a look at our traffic map. We got 93% flow. We can see that exit interchange is obviously where the most traffic is. Over here, there's a lot for the same reasons. The destination's there, and a great deal has to do with how many Sims are walking. But isn't that a wonderful thing? How many people are walking? Part of that is because there's no bus line on that side of town. So we've got to first, I'm going to up the water budget, and we're just going to confirm. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so now I am going to, well, I do want to move it. Your Sims will move. You don't have to worry about them that much. They'll move right over. Look, they're running. The bus is there. You would think they'd get on the bus first, but maybe I should have moved it after. But they just want to ride over. And that's more central at least, so that neighborhood has a better spot. Bus stop, I mean. We'll hook that one around, so now that little square neighborhood has a good bus stop. We'll add another stop over here, so they don't have to walk that far, right in the middle. And now our expressway is less express, but still making the outer loop. We can change our green route. It's already going a different way than I anticipated. It's got a lot of route with no stop in it, so why don't we loop it around? I think it's nice when it overlaps a little bit and crosses its own path, especially for these longer routes, because Sims can get on and off and still get to places they want to go more quickly. However, that does cause problems on your buses because your buses will fill up. So in general, it's better to have smaller routes that your Sims can, they can be the ones that decide when to transfer and plan their routes that way. But for right now, we've got a nice busy route, and it's still relatively small. I mean, when you think in terms of we've got 3 full squares, that's actually a pretty tiny route. But we will have to create more roads and more buses soon. Once we get to 40,000, I will build a tram depot, and we'll run that line right down this main 4-way, all the way past. And so that'll help some with the traffic too, because your Sims will be taking at least that main line. And what we could do is also go down this 4-lane. I tend to like the tram lines being on the 4-lane roads, or at least the wide avenues, not just the 2 lanes, because most of my 2-lane roads are in neighborhoods, and neighborhoods do not like trams because they're so loud. But more recently, they've added trees to your tram line, so you can still have that tree, and that really helps minimize the noise pollution there. But unfortunately, in the 2 lanes, you just don't have enough space for tram and trees. You can get a median with the tram trees and the bike lanes. But that brings me to another thing, the bike lanes. I like it better than the median with the plain bicycle lanes or just the plain 2-lane road, because you do get the trees also. So all of these ones where we built the median, I'm just going to upgrade them. And you already hear the houses. The people are thrilled with the upgrades. The one hand is that the bus stops in the middle of the road. So just keep that in mind. But in general, with the bike lanes, you want them to kind of connect to where people actually go. So this is the best layout, to be honest. But at the same time, I don't want my bus stop. Like, this is going to be that would be a traffic hazard to put a bus stop there. We could move it over in front, which, might be better in the long term. But in general, I like these bike lane roads to be those longer 2-lane roads to connect all the way on a long distance. Something to think about, and it does help though with the traffic. Your Sims don't have to walk all that distance; they will bike more likely. But I try to do a balance of bike lane median roads and just 4-lane 2-lane roads with trees because of the bus stops. See, this one has a lot of people, and it's one of the only roads that actually connects there. So that could cause a problem down the line, but at this point, it's not a problem. When you upgrade roads, especially on these curves, it does destroy the buildings. So, fair warning with that. But your trees really do help with noise pollution. I mean, let's take a look at the noise around this spot. So there it is. We want it to be a one-way road here. So we're going to do this. Now, some of that change is a big result of losing those businesses, but the radius of the noise is a little lower. So on the whole, it's a good win, I guess. I left that bus stop with the 2 lanes so it wouldn't, since it's already a small segment, I want that bus lane to be there, or bus stop, excuse me. And the same here, since it's a bus stop at a school, having that extra crosswalk is not going to be a bad thing. It might, in general, slow traffic down, but that's not a problem. It's a school zone. They should go slow anyway. This is not something I've really done in the past, but playing with it now, it is nice. The downside about these tree roads is that once you get into the industry, it does change. But we can fix that to some extent by adding trees. So if you go select a tree and you go down to the smallest indicator, so we're planting a single tree, you can change the tree style of what's there, which is pretty cool. You could do that all the way. You just hold the button down and there you go. So we got a neighborhood tree system going. Generally I go for the bigger trees, but these young lindens really fit this neighborhood well. Some of that might be the map location, But as you can see, it's still wimpy on the ground near the industry. So what we can do instead is put in grass, and the grass looks fine. It really just looks like a paint line to me. But it helps make the land value a little better around the industry and looks a little prettier. It's not really worth the investment though, for upgrading costs $80 a pop, or at least 50 depending on the size of the road. But for these areas that border, especially, it's really a nice way to make their lives better, especially if they're taking it upon themselves to live beside industry. I just think it's nice. It's nice. You got to think about it from their perspective. I think hands down the best addition that they did when they added, because in the last year they added a lot of these roads free with more trees and bike lanes rather than make you pick one or the other, is that you can now get trees and bike lanes in a 4-lane road. I mean, look how much better that looks. Get that nice green stripe on top of the tree line. And it gets away from having all these cars parked on the street. Now, if you like that, then that's your decision to make. I like it to be a little cleaner. Mostly because if I'm just glancing at a street and I see cars parked, I think it's traffic. And it's not. So it's nice for my own awareness of things, but it does look better to not have that clutter. But if you're trying to be more realistic in your design of your city, then by all means keep the cars parked on the street. The wide sidewalks, that's really all that's missing. They don't have the parking lanes. I think in general you kind of want to have a balance like this. You don't want to have it all be tree-lined streets. Even though that's nice, you can kind of be picky and leave some that are just plain old streets, because it'll balance the land value better and it'll look more realistic. A lot of those road projects where they add trees are on just the main stretches or the places built with them in mind. Especially in these older neighborhoods, So we've unlocked nearly everything. The only things not unlocked are monorail lines, which we don't get for a long time, but good to think about them moving forward. Another thing to be careful of when you upgrade roads is sometimes the game will put stoplights back in, especially on these 4-lane roads. So it's just good to keep in mind, like there, that since I built the road on the corner, it added one. But I just tend to avoid stop lights on roads because they do cause unnecessary traffic, especially in those popular areas where you would want more than one. You can get around those stoplights by building roundabouts. That's one reason, but the stoplights also help with these pedestrians crossing, so the traffic isn't stopped by that like it is here. You can also build pedestrian paths over the intersections. The Sims will generally prefer that. Maybe at some point in the future, maybe I'll do that here and have an overpass right there so they can take the bus and change. But the trick there is then where do they go down to the ground level? And it would probably be behind the elementary school, but that's a long way to loop around just to go to this bus stop. I wonder if it will let me go over the bus stop with the bridge. It will, so I could do that and just go right there and have the pathway. But then again, I was going to build a high school there, so we are in desperate need of a high school here. And by desperate, I mean our education is kind of balanced now. We don't have a lot of businesses complaining about it. But still, maybe I do want to build it over here and then it just depends on what you want. But if I do the tram line, then it won't be as much of a problem because there's going to be traffic either way because people are going to be crossing for the tram stops. But if I turn this into the bus station, that changes things too because that takes up the whole block here, really. I mean, you can't do the crossing. So that's that decision then. City Council approves a new high school by the theater, right in the middle of town. Everybody's happy. Yay! Happiness went up. Look how much you're cheesing in the corner. We can also check happiness here under the list of the demographic breakdown. You got that big cheesy smile. But also in our statistics chart, happiness is just under tourism. It's actually plateaued out, which is interesting, but our birth rate's gone up. Death rate's a lot lower than the birth rate, which is great. The influx is low, though. Employment percentage is going down because we have more people than we have jobs. Generally, we have space for 3,300 workers, and we have 3,000. So that's something to keep in mind. You generally want to have job availability, but not too much because then your industries will complain. We're almost at 6,000. It wasn't long ago. We just became a busy town, just under 5,000. So we've really grown quite a bit in this pretty short amount of time. As the buildings upgrade with all these road improvements with the trees, that helps the buildings house more people, so that will slowly improve. Sometimes it gets funky with like that. It won't let me upgrade because that park's in the way, and I'm not going to try to move the park because it's there in the middle. So we're just going to have this extra crosswalk there, I guess. That's frustrating, but that's kind of one of those things about this game that I wish was different. But on the console, the computer version, you can. There's a mod that will allow you to move things more easily and make those kinds of adjustments without it becoming a huge production. Like it would here. Sometimes I keep a spare road way out in the middle of nowhere just so when I need to make those adjustments, I can plop it down, upgrade the road, plop it back where it was. In fact, let's do that. Let's see how bad is that going to be to get back in place. Putting it back in place will probably hurt the walking lanes, but we'll pause it so we don't disrupt our people too much. And so our change, they all frowny faced when I did that. But now I don't think that changed much in terms of permanent like zoning size and that thing. But we want to build this stuff back because there are currently people on these pathways. We have one going here also. So frustrating that it does this. Oh, but look, there we go. So, looks good as new. Again, that's one of the weird things about this game, that it will keep you from doing that. I don't know if I had one going there. I don't know why that's different, but in the future we'll make it high residential anyway, so that block of 3 won't be wasted. We've actually got a lot of green space there. Room to connect roads and add more housing as needed. But at least we've got the trees in the way. And look at that. The people, they didn't even get off the road. Sometimes if you take away the pathway like that, cars or people there will just disappear. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll put you in the bird's eye mode so you can get a good look at New Chirp City, the busy town, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, we're back, and if you're still with me, thank you for hanging in there. If you're just joining me, maybe you skipped to this chapter after the stream has ended. Welcome, I'm Justin. You're watching Ronly Conley, that's R only, C only. Got it? All right. Glad to hear it. I'm glad you're here. We've got New Chirp City. We're working to get to the new milestone of Big Town. We're currently just a busy town, just under 1,000 more citizens needed. We've got a lot of industry need because our employment rate has dipped, but it is on the mend. That's a good thing to know. Our population is starting to stagnate, as you can see there, because we haven't built a lot of residential zones. Those spots where it does the upward hook is when we've zoned new neighborhoods, like over here. So we just need to zone more. However, we have a desire for industry, so we will build more industry behind this landfill that we made. I really didn't want to build this landfill, but we had a trash problem, and now we don't. So eventually we'll empty that landfill. We'll connect the road there and have more industry buildings there. But alas, these are the trade-offs. You have to... I mean, we could build a landfill, we've got a lot larger map now because we've got 3 tiles. The maximum is 9 tiles on console for the original version. The remastered version has up to 81, but I think you have to select the cheat for that. But anyway, or maybe it's 25. I think it's 25 on the remastered, but regardless, we don't have that. So we're working to improve our city and make it an upgraded place to live because the housing will, have room for more people. And in general, improving the quality of life will help with attracting new residents. So this part of town is on the radius of the edge of a lot of things, and I really want this skate park, to be right in between because I don't want to destroy 3 houses, but it just doesn't want me to do that. So we'll bite the bullet. We'll build the skate park there in the middle. We'll make that one little piece. a commercial building. We'll make this a commercial building too because it's surrounded by commerce and it's probably noisy. And that's that. Still got a big desire for industry, so what I'm going to do is just expand this road. I do want to snap this on there. Now, one piece of wisdom I'll give you that I did not do with New Chirp City that is probably one reason why we have been, having to raise taxes and things is because I'm using real streets here. At the very back of the map, the road pack, there are industry roads. And there's gravel roads, which cost $20 to sell. The small industry roads cost $30. The gravel has a smaller speed limit, but they cost a lot less in the long run. They're noisier. They don't have a good sidewalk in place. But it really does look like you're in the industrial part of town when you walk around in it. I mean, this sidewalk is as minimal as can be. So I'm actually going to just upgrade them now because the upkeep on the roads is much lower. One plus side of when you upgrade that the buildings are destroyed, one of the plus sides is that it helps with your demand levels, because now you have all these zones that are empty to be built, and your Sims don't really like it when there's too much of one thing. But you don't want these industry roads on your neighborhoods because it lowers the land value. It's not as walkable, that sort of stuff. And I think it's louder. So like this street, I'm not changing for that reason. But it's better to do earlier in the game in your city because you'll save more money. So that's one piece of advice I would give you that I didn't think about before. Mostly because it's not something that's going to really break the game for you, but I'm sure that it has made a difference for me in other cities, especially when I've tried to only use wind power, for example. I like watching, especially these industrial buildings build, because they do get so tall pretty quickly. And it just looks pretty realistic. I mean, all those, just in that section, it's like really rust belty, and it's kind of nice. These neighborhoods with the trees also are nice. Let's add some more trees. We've got the purple in there, we've got the pink in the park, but it's gone to other spots, so we'll put the strength up as high as it'll go and just fill in. If you have the larger radius, you can change pretty easily all the way down to a single tree. If you have the strength up at max like I do, you can literally just scan across and fill it up quick. Or if you want to, make a big patch of trees thick, that's the best way to do that. But if you've got this large area with space, but you don't want it to be too full, having the strength up high on the large radius, it will just naturally fill in all the holes. And you can turn the strength down just a hair, and it'll, be less vibrant, but still give you... So this is the weakest setting, and it's like nothing wants to appear. If I go up one notch, that's a decent amount, but over time it'll just pretty much give you the same thing as if the setting is high. But this already looks so nice. Now you want to be careful on these. Like over here, I'm probably going to add another road, so I don't need to spend all that money. The trees are $10 a pop, which can really add up if you're, building a forest, but we're not in that position. All right, we've got enough money now, $50,000. It costs $40,000 to build the tram depot. So I'm going to build it over here. We have extra space beside the disaster response unit. It won't be painful on the population, the land value, I mean. But we do have to think about the cost of building the roads, and upgrading them is, $300 a pop, $400 a pop. That's a lot of money over time. So on top of the $40,000, you want at least probably 10, because you either already have the roads you're going to build on top of, or you're having to build them from scratch, which is going to cost the same overall. Per pop, it's $120 a cell. So keep that in mind. And you have to have a closed loop. You can't simply run it in, like, the line has to have a loop because the tram will not go in reverse. So, like here, it gives me that icon saying that you got a dead end, which is important to know. So I've got two options here. I can get the 2-lane road and go around this block, which I'm sure my Sims would love, or I can go straight out and build a loop. And sometimes it's helpful to go to a roundabout, because then, it's all in one line. There's no blocks, no intersections. The only downside is you can't have the bike lanes and the trees with the tram tracks. You can only get the tram tracks and trees, or tram tracks and bike lanes. We just took the bike lane out there. They will still ride the bike, but it won't be as common. But we've just made a new transportation line, so, trade-offs. Unfortunately for this business owner, we've got to destroy this nice building. However, the trade-off that we'll say that we've done is that they will get a patch of land on the side out here that we've just added, and maybe they get a spot in a prime spot in the roundabout here, which we're making from scratch. You can, use the predetermined asset and make it a little more even. This looks kind of wonky, so I'm gonna just dump that, and I'm gonna put on the grid line because, well, no, I'm not gonna put that on. I'm gonna put the markers on, because it'll tell me exactly how far I've gone. And if we make this a big roundabout, that won't be bad, but it'll tell us where, our best spots are. And since this is a tram line, it won't be, it's not unheard of that they have a lot of space. We can maybe put a little park in the middle. But now we've got a better looking roundabout, at least. It is larger than that other roundabout we have in town. And maybe later we can connect another highway exit to it from this direction. But right now we're focused on building the tram line. So we've now got the road ready to go. So we go from the tram line. You don't have to go straight back and trace it, but I did. And generally with the tram line, I do a little bit closer together than I would the buses, because it's all on one street. And ideally, you want this to solve some of the problems that your city has in terms of people walking too far. I'm going to actually change that one because I want to put one there. And when it loops around, it's tricky because it won't let you get right in the middle. That's just the way the game is designed. I couldn't tell you why exactly. But here we've got, the chance to be in between, so you can hop on it one way and go, however far you want, and the opposite on the other. We don't have anything else over here, so I guess that's tricky, but I really don't want to make a stop there, but maybe I did it wrong. Maybe you do have to start in there. Do I have to loop again? Am I very confused? I do apologize for my confusion. We've already got Sims waiting in line, so that's a good sign, I guess. But what we'll do is, I don't know, make another loop. And it's going to be pretty funky. Ah, that's atrocious. But I'm gonna upgrade it to just be the tram line because we don't need the road to be there. I'm not attempting to use this as the actual road, and in fact, I'm just gonna destroy this. You can change your radius on your destruction higher. I tend not to because I forget, and then I destroy whole chunks of road. But that's, my problem, not yours. And since it's just a tram line, it can be wider, but or smaller than the actual road. But now we've got to upgrade that. Boom, boom. Now we go back to making our line. Move the stop there. Once you click the stop like that, it's just going to happen natural. And then now we finally got the complete line. I'm actually going to just delete those stops for now because nobody's going to the disaster response unit. We don't need to have a stop there. People might walk there for no reason, but now you can see we got a bunch of tram lines going for that one. So I'm going to lower the vehicle count down to 50 just for traffic purposes. Why do we need this many tram lines? I don't know why they're different colors, but that's interesting. They will do, much like the buses, it will spread out as they stop, but as you can see, it causes traffic problems sometimes, so cutting down on those is going to be fine. We don't need a ton of traffic, but I'm changing that stop sign because the tram line is now the priority road. Just something to think about. How do you want your flow to go? Now, we've got this problem now where there's not enough buyers for products. I think that means we need more commercial buildings. So, yeah, now we've got a tram line. We've got a place for commerce, and I said that guy could have first dibs, so here goes. Commercial. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's cool. All right. While we're here, let's just go ahead and build a new highway exit. And we're going to build this one like so. I'm going to build one from scratch just so you get a chance to see that happen. I'm not saying that I am the best in any way at doing this. On PC, you can do a lot better job than what I'm about to do because you can get really tidy with it on a lot easier scale. It's a lot easier to function like that than it is on the console. Also, you can download a mod and control that arrow so it only goes straight. It drives me crazy that you can't do that now with this. So I made that exit. Now I'm going to do this, hit the up button so it will go across. I've got the setting on to automatically raise up to the height that you need to go over. You can't be too, can't have your bridge be too low, otherwise I guess trucks won't have the clearance, and you know, truckers, they just really want to be able to get under those bridges. I can't really blame them. Okay, this is really, I mean, the trickiest part is making, especially when you have the grid lines off, making sure you have enough of an angle to do right and make it look pretty, but also that you're underneath, that your posts are not, you know, causing problems. This doesn't really look bad. It's just a sharp curve. It's not, obviously not as good as this because they were on the ground longer. Some other ones you see will double the size, the height of one way. Oops, we didn't build water mains here. So I'm just going to go ahead right now and build that. The best practice is when you build a road, just go ahead and put the water main down. But this doesn't look awful for it to be done from scratch with no real guidelines. But we'll make it. We can make it look better. This is really one of those times where using the road guideline will help you at least make sure you're in line with where you need to be. So let me show you that, for instance, that it's just a little bit neater curve. It doesn't have that short, sharp angle there like that does. That's a little better. The only downside is that that is a sharp decline, but the incline is also the same. So it really is actually a nice little horseshoe. I like that. Go us. Tap myself on the back. Good job, Mayor. And it kind of looks like some sort of icon or something. But compare there. I mean, that's got that kind of sharp angle there also, but that may be just the way the graphics works. Obviously, the on-off ramps are a little bit longer. I'm sure we'll adjust that. But on the other hand, this one has two. So sometimes I've made them just roundabouts where they all connect and you can go every direction. That'll help with, instead of doing this kind of cloverleaf. The in-game cloverleafs that they give you are not that. They're these kinds, which you see a lot more commonly, I think, in life. That takes up so much space compared to this little guy, and you can really do a similar job to extend to the other side if you really want to, where you can get to both sides and basically just extend that 4-lane road across, but we're not in a position to do that just yet, so you'll have to stay tuned for later installments of New Chirp City. Oy vey, we're losing industry here because we don't have enough products, enough buyers for products. One thing you can do is have more commercial buildings. That will help because your in-game industry feeds your city's commerce and vice versa. Sometimes you'll see similar icons like that over the commercial buildings, but they'll be saying there's not enough goods to sell. That's because you need to add more industry. This is something I see on especially on Reddit, a lot of people having trouble with understanding it. It is confusing because it does not say specifically. It doesn't spell it out for you. You look at this; it says it provides jobs and goods for local businesses, but it doesn't. That doesn't really make it clear that you need to have a balance of commercial and industry for each, that they depend on each other. But they do. And these are separate from this industry's DLC work, which we have not touched at all, and I'm not going to think about it for a while until we get closer to having the farmland and those resources open in our city, because that's what each one of these industrial zones looks at, these natural resources. So that's why I'm not touching that. But we do have a need for buyers for services, or for goods. We do have a high desire for residential, but having commercial will be important. So I'm just going to go ahead and zone all that out for commercial. That can be our commercial district for now. That will help some, and I'm sure that the more residents we have buying from the stores, the more goods will move. We're just moving merch here. That's really what it all comes down to. I'm just freehanding here, going to be, full disclosure here. I'm just trying to be creative and not think hard about the angles and how much space it's all taking up. I do generally try to keep my roads connecting. I don't do this a lot of times where it just stops unless I know it's going to cause traffic problems. Dividing this little segment into two separate segments would cause a traffic nightmare because you would only have one car at a time in each segment. So that's why I left the path there, but I still use that space. I don't want to sacrifice all that real estate. I actually kind of want to change this. I don't want it all to be that. So I'm going to make this a bike median road, at least until the bus stop. I do kind of like that. I didn't like having the extra crosswalk for other cities I've done, and if it proves to be a problem, then I'll address that, but it's not a problem at this time. So there you have it. It's all arbitrary. It's up to you as a designer. It's what you're doing here. You're designing, you're engineering. It's all your creation. So keep that in mind. I really challenge you. I'm an artist on a theater level, so I am comfortable with making these decisions and thinking about things not only from a functionality standpoint, but from an efficiency and from an artistic standpoint. What are we doing? How can we make this do both? Because a lot of times you can do both. It doesn't have to be a stark choice between the two things. Like, see what I just did? It's not like a pretty curve, but it is more interesting than a straight line. One thing when I was in school, my set design professor challenged me to, not be symmetrical and not try to make everything match all the time, because then it does get repetitive. And he was absolutely right on that. You want your symmetrical choices, your grid for your city. You want it to be a specific choice that you made. You don't want it to just be the default, because looking at these parts of the city where the road just kind of went where I felt like it should go, or it just kind of went and there was no rhyme or reason, because that absolutely was the case. It is more interesting to look at. It gives you more of a challenge as a player, and the grid just looks like you're trying to make Midtown Manhattan, which if you are, then that's your choice, but that's not how all of New York City looks. I mean, look at Broadway in the middle of Manhattan. It just kind of cuts through it all. Like, that's interesting, that there would just be one diagonal road out of the whole grid. But they have it's easier to make the subway system and that sort of stuff. But in reality, if you look at your average city is going to have some grids, especially in the downtown. But when you get out of downtown, even still in the city limits, there are a lot of curves. There are a lot of roads that just stop, and they don't have pedestrian paths. There are a lot of places where the sidewalk just ends and then picks up a few blocks down the road. And I couldn't tell you why in a lot of those cases, but I mean, there were choices that were made. So you, as the player, you have that responsibility to yourself to make those choices and justify them to yourself. Because, yeah, I can play all I want to with the Sims, in terms of a role playing, like I'm the actual mayor, but like at the end of the day, it's my city. Who else is going to see it? That's one reason I'm sharing with you, so you can see, because I've been playing these kind of games for a long time, and I really do treat it as art. I feel like I am painting, and it evolves constantly, which is, I don't want to play something that's always the same. I don't want to make squares and rectangles. I want to make the curlicues. I want to make highway interchanges that make no sense in reality because I'm playing a game. There's a running joke on Reddit about highway interchanges looking like noodles and spaghetti. But I always like that more because this is nice, it's simple, it's functional. But in some instances, it doesn't work because there's just too much traffic, especially when you have two exits close together, kind of like this. Now, if this gets too developed and there's so much traffic in between going from one exit to the other, I might just make a separate lane that connects the exits. So that is the path of least resistance, to just take the second highway lane. And there are places in the real world that are like that, but it's not quite foolproof. But really, think of it as a canvas. This is your canvas. It's pretty and green. You don't have to pay anything extra for it unless you want a new DLC. Or maybe if you convert and get the PC version. Or the console version if you have the PC version. I wouldn't, if I were you, switch from PC to console because you have access to mods. But, that's between you and your citizens, I guess. And I don't know, whoever controls your bank account. And if that's you, then, it's between you and what you want. What are your desires? What do you want accomplished in this game? Even if it's just to kill time, I hope you can kill time in a way that is not just squares and rectangles. I challenge you to do that, and I hope that... I'm not trying to offend anybody who that's the name of their game, but I honestly think you will have a better time when you do that. When I first started, I was playing SimCity Creator on the DS, and there the max size for a building to grow was a 3x3 square, so I would just have a grid that was full of 3x3 squares, and everything was a multiple of 3, and it was fine. It worked. But the goal was to increase the population, even more so than in this game, because you would go through the ages. And it was really fun. I recommend that game to anybody. But the most fun that I had playing that game, and I played this game, I mean, sometimes I pick it up even still, but I played it actively for probably 6-7 years where it was the only DS game I was playing, I would place water and try to make it really build up extra rivers to make more of a challenge for myself. I would zigzag the roads just to make it look more interesting and see how much different the city would look. The first time I played through, I liked making it clean and neat and everything was square, and I would, learning how to really take advantage of everything and trying to beat it by getting as much as I possibly could people living there. But after that first round, it's like, okay, well, what can I do differently the next time? Sorry, my cat was eating some of the carpet because I'm not paying attention to her, so she's fine. She doesn't eat it and swallow it. She just wants my attention, and it's fine. But she's needy sometimes. She's been sleeping with me while I've been doing this, which is nice. She's a good girl. The cat's name is Nina. I know you're dying to know. I'm sure you'll see a picture of her sometime, or if you visit my Instagram or my website. If you go on my website, ronlyconly.com, that's ronlyconly.com, you'll see a picture of my cat. And thank you again for joining me today. I really appreciate having a reason to build a new city, and I hope that you're learning something, especially if you're just starting out, or maybe you've done one city before and you are looking for design tips and things you could do differently. I mean, really, I encourage you to take off the road snapping options, except in certain circumstances like I do, because it will just fundamentally change how your city works and create more challenges and make it more interesting for yourself. Even with, I mean, I've made probably 10, 11 cities now, and I've never used the unlimited money, unlimited resources, that sort of stuff. On the one hand, because I wanted the trophies, and two, because it is a nice little challenge. It gives me something to do every time, and I played SimCity 2013 on the PC for a long time before I played this one, but there were so many limitations with that game. I mentioned in a different stream that you couldn't have one-way roads native in the game, which makes no sense at all, and traffic would always be an issue. But I was bad at downloading mods. I would always have problems. It was frustrating, really. I mean, I just wanted more from that game, and it's been 10 years now, and they gave up on it soon enough. I mean, that's EA, Electronic Arts is kind of notorious for that, but I did tend to feel limited there. And our friend suggested City Skylines because it was more realistic and it had a lot more options, and the mods were crazy awesome, but my computer couldn't handle running the game, and I wasn't in a position to buy a new computer. But if you have a good PC, do it. But I could run SimCity 2013 on my computer now, and it looks beautiful compared to when I first started on a computer that was already probably 6 years old by the time that game came out. The console handles this game pretty good. Once you get up to 100,000 sims, it starts slowing down, especially if you're on PS4, but this PS5 runs the regular version really well. The remaster version not quite as well, but it does look better, so trade-offs. Alright, we're going to connect that. Yay, they don't all have to go through the roundabout to get to the park. That's so exciting for this neighborhood. Wow. I'm sure the neighborhood association will really appreciate that, but then again, I thought that they would like the trams, and let's see how our trams are going. We've got almost 200 people riding the tram every week. It's nothing to sneeze at. We had 440 people total every week. Generally, I've found that the public transit in this game hovers around 10% of your population is going to take this. And some of that may be the way that I do the roads, where they're all pretty connected and easy to get to and spread out. But traffic's never been a problem for me. I don't think I've ever had traffic be under 84%. Obviously, I have no mods. So that's why I tell you that this is the way I've done it. Look at this, 93% traffic flow. And, it really is as simple as having more than one entry point in your city, especially when you know where your destinations are, your industries where a lot of trucks are going to, your commercials where a lot of residents are going to, and your city services, of course. So I've got all the services pretty central, and transit lines going to all of them except for, way down here. But that's just because we haven't taken a look at that. We're about to the point to need another bus line running through the middle here. So actually, let's do that now. We'll start right here, pick an arbitrary point, and try to spread it out. And they're all happy, so we know exactly how far it goes. We'll take a bus line to the park because that's, I'm sure, a popular destination. We'll take one more bus stop over here, but instead of stopping on that front road, we will come on the back side, just so we don't have too many traffic points happening here. I mean, the school's got a lot of traffic, pedestrians crossing. We've got 3 transit stops here already, and we'll add in a pedestrian path, so they'll take that even better. And that gives us an excuse to put another stop at the park. Come down here. No, not on that side. We tease our stems sometimes. One right on the corner there. Boom. Beautiful peach line. It's still kind of long. The biggest reason for that is because this road here does not connect. So there's definitely something that can be improved about it. Maybe I could, not go to the front of the park and behind, but at this point, this is the way it's gonna be. We could connect and make that a 5-way intersection, which may be the most valuable way, the most productive thing to do, because we know a lot of people are going to the schools and the theater and the tram. I mean, look at that. They're really riding the tram to school, which is awesome. Awesome for our transit department. They're really proud of that. They tell me all the time. But if I extend that, then I don't have to go down that way. We'll just leave it the way it is for now. Sometimes it just happens for a reason. It works out. The people will develop it. We can't do, like in real life, you would do studies, you would take surveys of like, what are their destinations? How does this help you? Would you rather it be shorter? We're out of landfill space, so we're going to build another recycling center there. And we're very, very close to unlocking incineration plants. So while we're waiting for that, I don't know if I really want to put a landfill there, but we'll do it. Yep, I'd already regret putting that landfill there, but there's really not any other good place to put it. Without building further into things or destroying a big chunk of Hey, congratulations, we're a big town! Big town! Sorry, that was maybe a little too much, but we gotta celebrate these things. We're getting to the point now where we're not gonna hit as many of these milestones as often. I mean, they do seem close, but eventually you really have to try to get higher or be more active, which we will. So we've got a lot of new policies. The tax raises and that stuff you could do on a district level, which is kind of nice, but I don't ever mess with that. It's really just a little bit too convoluted. Some people really like the realistic aspects and they like that super micromanagement. I don't. I don't need that much control. I just need a good amount. I need enough that playing it is not a chore. And some people really want it to be a chore. We've got new public transport options, including a metro line now, which will come in handy. We can put a university down, which I'm not going to do at this point. Some extra health options, some parks, some more power options. The solar updraft tower is a great thing. We'll definitely use that soon. And the bottom transport options here you'll see are from a transit DLC, which had these extra metro stations that are really beautiful and also help address the problem of overcrowding in subway stations without having to build a cluster of subway stations. So that's nice. So we were talking about the waste management. We've got incineration plants now, so that's what I'm going to build right here. Since it's across from our power plant already, it has twice the capacity of the recycling center and it generates some power. We don't really need power so much at this point. In fact, we're overpaying for it, so I'm just going to ease that down to, we'll hover at 130 and see what happens. Okay, that did nothing, so we're definitely going to cut back on power. We'll go to 115. How's that? 115 is not a lot, but we can definitely cut down on the amount of power plants we have. Let's see, where is our coal plant? Coal plant's highlighted in blue, which is really frustrating, but at least when you go sideways you can see it. So now let's see how we're doing. That's a lot better. So we cut back there. We're not spending $560 a week on generating that power. What we can check out now is our processing capacity. We're still really under processing garbage, so we'll put the garbage plant there. Since it's still central and they're already used to there being what do you call it? It's the pollution there. Right here we'll add another one. And now I'm just trying to get to where the processing capacity meets the production, because we've already got 3 full landfills. We're going to fill up that 4th one in no time, and I don't want to keep that 4th one there forever. So using the space we have available for these incinerator plants is going to help us with power and help us just stop with the trash. Ugh. I mean, if you've got the money and the space and you want to have the recycling centers, like, go for it. But you got to literally build twice as much. So is it really worth it in the end when it costs $2,000 more to build 2 of them? Probably. I mean, the pollution's a lot less. The upkeep's a lot lower. So you know what? Just for you. Just because you brought it up, we'll make it. We'll build recycling centers. So now we're processing just over our garbage production rate. So we're finally in a good place for that, which means we can start to empty these facilities. Now this one, I'm just going ahead and start emptying it. I know we've already spent the taxpayers' money on it. We spent $4,000 of the taxpayers' money. We're going to make that back in a month, and once we get rid of the landfill, that'll save us some money too, so we can use that space for our new zones. We can have an office zone finally. and high density stuff because we are a big town. Big town, big town. Our next goal is a small city, but we'll get there in no time. This is a great outline of the city. I mean, I really love it. I think it's beautiful. One thing I might do is make this stretch of road 4 lanes also as it continues out. I might also turn this into a bigger road or maybe a 3-lane to small road now that we have those unlocked. They're nice enough to give us 3-lane one-ways and with bicycle lanes. This is something that's not available in the remastered yet, is having more than 2 lanes on a one-way road. It's really kind of a game changer in terms of lane control, since you can't specifically control lane directions. The 3-lane asymmetrical one is really helpful too, because you can change which way that flows, and especially when it comes to having cargo train terminals, that's really valuable. That's something we'll get to another time. 4-lane roads are really helpful because, like, we can make this a major thoroughfare without widening. That especially comes in handy when you've already developed a square or a grid like this, and you have a lot of firm objects that won't that you can't regrow on a smaller size, like the police stations and medical centers, that sort of stuff. I think we got to celebrate being a big town now by adding one of these unique buildings. And maybe the cinema's pretty nice. I mean, it's a nice little, it's a small, unique building. It has a large radius, and it's kind of nice, especially out in these quieter parts of town, because it doesn't have a large amount of noise pollution. And it really just adds, it fits in with this kind of small town vibe that is happening. So we'll build it right there. Look at that, they're all happy. It's really a nice looking building too. One thing you do have to keep in mind is where your bus stops are in relation to these unique buildings though, so at this point it's probably worth it to put a stop there and a stop there, so you've got more options on where you want to go. We'll put in some pathways that cut through that section, because that is a big place to try to go, and we'll cut out this single spot straight from the bus stop across the street from there. That's pretty good. You can put curves on these paths. I generally don't, just because I'm lazy. Feel free to do that if you want. I mean, it's your show. But I do not like when it automatically positions stuff like that. See, that's close to what I want, but it's not really. Whatever, we'll rebuild that, that'll be fine. And even this part, we may eventually put a road in, but as of now, we won't. So this is the point where instead of having that be what it just did, where it's a 2x2 square and a 2x2 square. I'm going to demolish them both and put in high density residential right there. The logic is that since there's a pedestrian path there, it makes sense to have higher density spots of housing beside it. And even on these little corners, like that little house, I mean, this is a pretty popular, like the land value has got to be going up now. It's still pretty low, but that's partly because of the services and the age of the spots, the locations. But, you know, you've got a destination there now. We'll add in some more parks, and that will help. But absolutely, these little things can be just completely remade to be. I mean, you're really gonna like dramatically shift your city's dynamic once you start having the higher density, because you can have so many more people in the same amount of space, and even your businesses. But your higher density businesses, be very careful and aware that when you install them, the noise pollution they generate is much, much higher than the small residential or the small density commercial even. We'll leave that there. Since I've already built up some of these things, I want to kind of keep them the same. But like this, I mean, that doesn't make any sense to lose all this space for sprawl, truly. It just doesn't work for me, brother. Oh, look, another spot where we could have built something nice, but instead it got thrown off because the roads. But now it's at least a 3x2, which, you know, that's pretty nice looking places. I'm tempted to build a road there. I just might. But replacing the small one single rows like that, it will help you with your population control. Because one, it makes sense, right? Your high densities can handle more people, but you're wasting a lot of space if you don't have them. So we can get that full 4x4 block and still get more people from the single location. Especially when you have these 5x4s, because then you really are able to balance it the way you want and control how it divides itself up. And since this is obviously a destination, I mean, the school is right there. The theater lowers the land value because of noise pollution alone. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, I mean, it's bold red because it generates that much noise. These are a little bit better. These high density ones already make more. But the good news is our city's upgrading. We are, improving our services, our parks. We're just making it so more people really do want to come live here. I love these plazas. They just look beautiful from above. But especially, like I mentioned much, much earlier in the stream, you can connect them from all sides. It's one of the few buildings that you can't connect with paths, even though it should be designed so you can just walk right up to it. They just don't do that in this game, and it never ceases to confuse me, but at least with these, it will work. You can't see it immediately. They haven't accepted that it's been built yet. We finally have one visitor, 2, 3, finally. Okay, cool. And what we'll also do... Oh, look, there goes one now. Right through it. Perfect. Thank you for proving my point. We'll add a separate connection in case they don't want to go to the park. They just want to cut through. No, as I've said time and time again, you just want to think about where are your Sims going? Where can you improve their path? And it will work out better for everyone in the long run. It'll help with your traffic. It'll help with all sorts of aspects to the game. And that's not what I wanted at all. Okay. So we've got just over 2,500 to get to the small city milestone. Our new landfill is done. It's empty. That's what that little circle meant. So we're just going to leave it. Put it back to where it was. I'm tempted to build an office there, but I might save it. Where I will build an office is in this spot here. Just so you can see what it looks like. Your office areas work as industry, so they'll fill the industry demand bar. However, they do, I think, require more educated citizens than the industry does. Here, this first level office will take 3 educated and 3 well-educated. That's 1 elementary school grad and 1 high school graduate. As they progress, you'll want university workers and that sort of thing. But they look kind of, they really look neat compared to other building types. But you gotta be ready. If you don't want it to be a skyscraper, to control that with the office, you have to put in policy no skyscrapers, which we'll do in Twitchville, but we got to be at our next level for that. So that office building might turn into it might grow really tall. I don't necessarily want that. I don't know if I even really want it to be an office there because the botanical garden's getting blocked, but ultimately, I don't think it really matters because people are going to go to the botanical garden. It's really just an appearance. So you have to think about that. Aesthetically, do you want your city to be taller or not? I am going to destroy that so we can put in that pathway. I'm also going to build a big square of high density residential, so it kind of balances out that office tower and gives an excuse to have that pedestrian path. I know I ultimately don't need an excuse to build stuff, but I like to try to think about it with some form of reason. In the next stream, we'll make this roundabout a big park using the park areas. You paint it. In fact, I'll go ahead and hit the spot so we know that it's there. Forest Garden, I guess is what it'll be called. We can change that later. But we'll do that on the next stream, so be sure to follow my Twitch, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, and you can also follow me on Instagram at RonelyConely. That's R-only-C-only. Got it? All right. Good. Now we need a few trees here. Gonna get these trees Make the area big enough, and just to fill it out. I mean, really, it adds a little bit of dimension and texture to the land. You know, a little ornamental stuff ain't gonna break the budget. It's $10 a pop. We're making $5,000 a month now because of our taxes. We cut back on some expenses, so now we can afford to up them. We at least want to get to 100 for the health. We'll go up to 105 because we've clearly got enough in our budget that we can handle that. We'll go up to 75 for the police because you don't need that many in this game. There's not a big crime rate unless people are unemployed and that sort of thing. We'll take the education up to 110, and the parks, when you improve the budget there, it improves the happiness around them. We'll take the unique buildings up to 105 for the same reasons, and we'll push the buses back up to 100. So now we'll see our income fall, hopefully not too dramatically. I don't know how long it takes for those two columns on the right to fill out, but with 5,000, we're not going to lose more than 5,000, and if we are, we've got 150,000 in the bank. We can handle it. One piece of the puzzle that policies help with are in the city planning. When you get up to 9,500, you can turn on small business and big business tax codes that help double the sales. By doubling the sales, your income will go up, even though you're spending more on those tax policies. I don't know how it makes sense. I guess if there's a sales tax, but you don't control the sales tax, so it doesn't make sense. I don't really know how else to explain it. We've got enough money. We're going to pay off our credit debt. I forgot about it. That's how much money we have. I forgot that we even owed money. Obviously, if you pay off your debt sooner, you pay less in the long run. So try to remember that you have debts, especially in real life. Please don't lose your house because you just forgot to pay. Because the bank does not care. And if you're a banker out there and you do care, I commend you on that, but you probably know that you're one of a kind in small company. I really feel bad when I demolish houses like I just did, but you know, it just looks better. I just am picky sometimes about that sort of thing. All right, we still really need people, and we're down like 6,000 from where we need to be in terms of workers, so we're gonna upgrade that one beside the school. All of these are gonna become high density, and this will be our first main block of high density, which is good. I mean, you know, it is the center of town, so from an aesthetic point of view, your high rises makes sense there. So you just gotta know what you want. And since this is on a major corner, I'm gonna make that one high density. These commercial buildings, since these guys, in the last stream, I left these guys alone on the corner rather than building on top of them because they gave money to my mayoral campaign, so that we're going to hold that true, and that's why they get the first dibs on becoming the first 4x4 high-density location in the whole city. Helps to know somebody. And now, even from far away, you know where the main part of town is. This section, I imagine we will put something else in there. It can't stay that open space if that's going to be our our main area. Oh, what a beautiful building. Oh, it's beautiful. We'll make it historic so it doesn't grow super tall. And also because I like the way it looks, and it's the first of its kind. I do have a map pack of modern city center buildings. This office building's already changed. That's kind of nice. Guess I could have made it a historic building, so we'll make it a historic building now just so it doesn't go a lot higher yet. But the modern city centers are pretty short, stout commercial buildings, but they're really street front facades like you might want. So keep that in mind. I'll make one of those zones. Maybe I'll make this that. But those only work in certain layouts in terms of the size. So you really want it to be the big blocks, at least 2x4 or 2x3. So this section may become a commercial block, but that will affect Twitchville over here because it'll be so loud from the noise pollution that they will complain. It just will happen. All right. I just put that park there because there's pathways already existing, and it is in the middle of town, so it follows that there would be a park there. I'm not really thrilled by that, but could always make the pathway a little wider. Those ones with trees are wider. They don't fit as nicely as I really want, but pause it so we can make that go there, and this can go here. And magically, no. Come on, do what I want you to do. There we go. Okay, that's ultimately what I started with, so sorry for that. That's the way this game is sometimes. Just kind of gotta deal with it. When you're working with the individual trees, you can get down and be really specific with these. I mean, it just doesn't make sense how much control you have sometimes in this game, and then sometimes in other ways you don't. Next, I'm thinking about adding a tram line out to this other roundabout, since we have the cinema there, we've got the park. It might just be nice to have, and it would probably increase ridership. We've actually gone down since we expanded the bus routes, which tends to happen, but we can always improve service by going more places. We can change this to be a tram route, a tram road also, eventually, if we don't want to do that right now. I actually don't want to intersect that road again. I changed my mind on that. I know I talked about it. I never did it. I thought real hard, but it's just going to make more sense to make this be a low density residential than creating a new intersection. So if I do this, I've got just a few more a space, but I don't like that. I'm sorry. I gotta make that a hard angle. And it's still not doing what I really want, so I guess that's on me. We'll put one of those high density there. We can convert these if I really want to. Now we've got at least a little bit of more connections. I paused it so I could change the route of the pedestrian path without people's routes getting permanently destroyed. I'm sure you understand what I mean, since we talked about it before. And we'll connect to that new road. Destroy this, sorry. That's the way the news goes, okay. Back to reality, okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and do the tram line. Even though I know everybody's going to complain, they're going to say, it's too loud, it's too loud. Well, that's tough. You got to be cold sometimes. When you're running the show, I mean, really, you just got to be cold. I want the one-way tram line because I got a roundabout and it can't be. Dang, all these businesses. Okay, we're gonna pause it just so we can build up. And this will be the high densities, the commercial zone. How's that? It'll slowly convert. We're not going to make it an obvious decision, you know, from a political standpoint or anything, but okay, so I put that pathway there because it's just built into that. It's kind of weird. It's weird stuff, but what are you gonna do? Since we've got all that high density commercial there, I'm not going to keep that one line of shops because what's the point? It's all here. This one we'll leave because it's there. This one we'll cut and, you know, try to use the space a little bit more better. And the same here. We're not building any pathways. It's going to have to leave that spot empty, but especially since we got this crosswalk here already. We will try to do that though, expand a little bit of the high residential, but not too much that it becomes a problem. I don't know why that's not clicking, and it's just wanting to build one stretch, but that may be because the road changes the road type. those trees are messed up because there was a fire there at some point we didn't see, and that stays that way for a while afterward. But it will return to pretty trees before long. Oh right, we built a tram line. We didn't make a new route. So here we go. Gonna put one there, one there, one right in between those two park spots. We'll do one on that roundabout there, one there because it's in between three spots. A little bit further down, more in between. And maybe it's worth taking down further on this main road, but I'm hesitant to put the tram line on that road since it's directly from the highway. But I could connect the two commercial zones, so we'll do that for now. So if you're trying to travel for shopping purposes, you can get there easily. You're not disrupting all these houses, even though those houses are definitely going to change soon. It's just too tiny to be in a big town. We're not a tiny town anymore. We're a big honkin' town. Sometimes when I do my city, I do this where I'm going house by house to try to upgrade the residential, because I don't want it to go crazy and all of a sudden we've got, 100,000 people and the whole makeup of the city's changed. But I'm thinking that if I were a developer, where are the houses that I would try to buy up first? But really, this stretch, at least on the main road, I could get away with just making that immediately a high density residential neighborhood. My goal here is to count the squares and know where I can get put a pathway, and I'm thinking this spot is decent. Because now I've got at least a good connection for my pedestrians to go through. A smaller high density block. We get a lot of pretty colors in these initial phases. I really like that. I like that green blue color especially. And as I said, next time we will turn this roundabout into a park. Teach you the basics of that. We probably don't have enough space to put much in there, but we'll sure try. We will probably turn one of these other big locations into a park, maybe behind the cemetery in that area. We can fit a decent amount of things, and it would make sense with it already being a tourist destination. On the other hand, we could connect the road that curves up where the bus right is and hook around the back side of the cemetery there. And that might be worth pursuing today. We can connect where that bus just turned there and hit the back end also, and then we have a complete circuit on the back. But it's a nice size. We got a nice size city here. a bit. Well, it's not quite a small city, but it is a big town. It's nice to take pictures, screenshots of your city, and then compare as it grows, especially once you start adding these huge monuments. That might be nice to put there. If we make it all high density, then from the highway you could see it. In general, I put something like that kind of in between if I've got a big highway spot or an entryway into the city, not just randomly out there, but I don't know. Maybe we could put it there. Put that big park behind it anyway. That kind of makes sense. Since we've started playing around with it, look, the land value is already going up with even with the additional tram line, just from making it high density, and over time it just naturally improves. Some of it is probably also the parks we placed elsewhere. This small park probably added to it some. Actually, let's do that. Let's put the Arc de Triomphe here. And then we can connect. I feel certain that we can connect these as park assets. So there, I left one square open for the high-density residential. That's pretty good. It was already going to be a separate spot anyhow. More than likely, I suppose. But now we've got... This seems a little excessive, so I'm going to take that out. We'll plant some trees. In fact, if I do that... No, it doesn't help, but... Nope. Doesn't help, so... Sometimes you can, make the zoning match what you want, so it fills up and we can get a full square. But now I've done it in a way that we can have one single and one full deep kind of thing while keeping the trees planted. And I think we should... I really want to put a high density there, but... Oh, that's a beautiful house. We'll leave it there. It looks nice. Put a commercial there. I mean, we're in a... now it's a tourist trap. But it looks natural with the park. And so that's... Another thing to remember is that... You want it to be an aesthetically pleasing place. You want it to make you smile. You want to look at it and say, yeah, that would be nice to live there. So why don't we test it out? Let's say we just got off the tram. This is the tram stop here. And we'll just take a walk, mosey on down, try not to get hit by the tram, don't get hit by the cars. We got to walk slower because we're... I guess maintaining the peace here, but everybody else is in fast forward mode, and we can't sprint as this person, which kind of stinks. I wish we could ride a bike, but we can only drive. But it's kind of nice. It's a nice little park, and I think as it develops with the high rises, even if it's just on one side, it'll look really nice. I think this neighborhood looks cute with these nice houses and all that. Got a lot of pathways. You can read the newspaper. You can go right up under it. They really put a lot of effort into detailing these. I mean, obviously you can't read the words, but the fact that they're there at all and we're able to get close up is really pretty cool. Because from here it looks like it could be real words. This 2x3, I hate it. I hate the way it looks. I don't know why. I can't even tell you precisely what I don't like about it, but I'm glad that it leveled up so quickly so we don't have to look at it anymore. Isn't that nice? It's very nice of them to hear me complaining and do what I want. The camera raises up funny because of the height of the arc. But see, that looks like an actual building to me. The other one didn't. It just looks like it's not right somehow. The downside of the tram is that the bus stops kind of get in the way and stop traffic, but also it looks busier. So we're going to, with all these additions, we can justify it being a high density spot, and these houses aren't as developed as these. I really like the little bungalow guys. It feels like New Orleans or something. Even if we just keep it on that one side where they've got the park, they've got the arch. They technically lower the land value. That's why you've got that bolder blue in the middle there. But over time, it'll increase. It's more because of the noise pollution. I mean, direct connotation there, but this game doesn't really understand the idea of living near things you want to go and do. It's really a let's be quiet and live in a quiet little neighborhood, and you can't have both. And I think you can have both, so that's why I design this way. You can design it differently. You can follow the conventions of the game and, try not to have too much noise pollution and all this, but I'm telling you, you're going to be fighting a losing battle. It's going to be noisy as it develops. You will really have to try to make it not noisy. And maybe that's something you can help me practice on. Maybe I can work on making quieter neighborhoods. And if this is going to be the main part of the city, Twitchville can be the old quiet neighborhood downtown, but I really think that at least this section between the theater and City Hall is going to have to be higher developed. I mean, for the bus station to be the perfect size, the inner city bus station isn't as big, but I mean, the bus station, once we get more lines, for it to be that central is pretty nice. It will be convenient. Next time we'll also we'll build the park here. We'll also build a metro line around the city, and I'll take you through that on the basic level, and then we can get a little more creative as we build new locations. As far as an elevated line, maybe. But this is quite nice. Yeah. Thanks for watching me. If you have any feedback or ideas or specific questions and things you'd like to see me build, and why don't you just mention it in the comments or send me a message directly and let me know, and we'll do that. I'm here for you. Without you, it means nothing, and I'm just playing the game and talking to myself, which is still nice. because it is a nice creative outlet. But I really want to help you learn how to do something. If you don't know how certain game mechanics work, let me know that, and I'll do my best to explain or find something that explains it better than I could. But we've really done a lot today. I've been on here much longer than I anticipated, but I'm glad you've been with me through it. I'm going to cut up these into smaller bits and timestamp them for YouTube and try to figure out how to do that on Twitch. Next time we'll hit that small city mark, no problem. Maybe we'll hit the big city, but I know we'll hit the small city, and it'll give us some time to really work out the high density zones and make decisions on what are we going to put in these spots here. So that'll help a lot. But I'm glad you're with me. Remember to follow me on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube if that's where you're watching it. Just hit that real quick, and that'll help us both a lot, hopefully. This could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. And be sure to follow me on Instagram at RonelyConley and visit my website, ronelyconley.com. That's R-only-C only. Got it? All right, I hope to see you there. On my website, you can see more about what I'm writing. I write about album replays, TV reviews, and some personal thoughts, some things about my industry as a theater artist working. And you can learn more about what I do when I'm not playing City Skylines. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing Red Dead Redemption on Twitch, so join me. I think I'm going to go hunting. I just finished the game, so I got to explore the desert side of the map. So hope you'll join me for that. Until next time, I'm Justin. Rosemary White is tired of taking detours, and be sure to come back and see us. Take care.